She's awake. Echelon. Hope you are awake. Echelon. Jamito. Hope you are awake. Hope people have taken profit on your loans. Protect your account. Wake up, everyone. Okay. All the coin season I've done head and shoulder. That means it's going to dump today very well. Because it have just done the shoulder now. GM, everyone. Hope you are awake and printing.
can Ethereum hold?
Ethereum is not dumping alongside Bitcoin. Why is Ethereum holding so strong?
No, Ethereum wants to run now.
I'm telling you, Ethereum really want to run. Ethereum want to run. Now Bitcoin they draw Ethereum back.
Yeah, I'm saying Ethereum wants to run now. Let it now. That's how the business should be. When all these years, when
I'm telling you, Ethereum was. Yeah, Ethereum really want to run without Bitcoin. But the problem is that Bitcoin remains the king. Bitcoin is still pushing it down, despite that Ethereum want to stand, but Bitcoin keeps pushing it down.
So if you see the movement, if you see the way one candle take move, you know, say these guys are trying this in a way aggressively. What I'm even looking at, do you know what I'm looking at? That is, I'm looking at. I hope they are going to sort this candle up, because if you observe. How it has been in the past lately, selling the morning
in the daytime.
Yeah, this looks like it's now it's London that now moves the market up these days. So and then at night again, it's neutral markets, neutral during the US. New York session. So, and this one doesn't look like this one because yesterday I hinted it to you, but I don't know because after I saw some signs, I took some shots and went to verify. I wanted to
$675 million liquidated from the loans.
Yeah. It looks like I think it's going for this gap.
And if you go to that 114, that would say a problem don't day. That 114 money day there plenty. That 114.
That's where the gap is.
You don't enter that money yesterday. Why I see that money yesterday 300 and something million plus. Yeah, you don't liquidate them at 115. 115 now. Now that place you go finish work now. 115, you get the money waiting for around 115.
I took a shot on Solana. I took
shot on Solana, but the main one I loaded did not click. The other did not enter. The one I set order did not enter. Then I just opened one for market order, but that one I didn't load. I didn't enter well.
You don't even want to make me cry myself. I put my take profit. I put my trade profit very conservative. I put my take of that 185 from 189.
Okay. 185.
I'm telling you.
Let me say, they don't come out to your market now.
I'm not saying that. But the profit is good. We're just at least for that account, that 185. I think like 15x or something. That 185 is almost like it's almost 50% of the account size. The funds in that account. So it's not like the profit is bad. I'm just saying, imagine the movement that I didn't get. So they are not the only one. My two trades now are in both.
Guy, you see this trend line that carried the market from this 98. This is the first time the market is breaking it successfully. This is the first time it's breaking it successfully. Before it will break and retest immediately. From 98. The trend line that carried Bitcoin from there. This is the first time it's breaking it successfully, both on the daily 4 hours. This first time is breaking it on the weekly. The weekly is about to break it. The weekly is on the line right now. The weekly is on top of that line. Guy, if Bitcoin clear this monthly candle, child, as in guy, wanna go gather money, give me title. Bitcoin. You know study Bitcoin. Why any man? I tell you, I say monthly. Say this guy go play people. This guy go deal with people. He go play games. Bitcoin. Huh? Is it? No, not 200S only. I know load 400.
I saw this. I mentioned this last night. I wish I gave this call. And I mentioned this that yesterday, when I was that yesterday was this car. Even last week, all those things. That one was like that's like the first reaction. I think that was one that was I saw. I didn't say what that was more like came concerned that today was going to be there. When I saw all those powers, I said that means it's like continuation.
And you know the worst thing. I've been telling you about altcoin season index forming a pattern. It have successfully formed the head and shoulder. It is not on the right shoulder. It's not on the right shoulder to dump the right shoulder. So that means altcoin will enter Wahala very soon. It's on the right shoulder now. They don't form left, form head, come on right shoulder now to finish work.
So at this point now, sold off this
Bitcoin never day through. Bitcoin is still day fresh for the dump. Bitcoin if you enter 114 very soon. Now 114 they go. Even if you even enter 113 today. As in this Asia session, if you can enter 113.
Yeah, it's fine. What I'm looking at is it is
it can sell off because this it just break the trend line, probably to retest it. If he can retest this trend line again today, though, well, I'm still watching it though. It broken. Go to daily. If you go to daily, keep your trend line on that last dump of Bitcoin on the 22nd of June. Put your trend line there. Now there Bitcoin that was the last dump of Bitcoin. From there, it pick up. You go carry them straight to the last trend line, to the trend line of last dump of daily yesterday. But when I draw them, last pump I keep them. So it have bounced it many times. So I was expecting it to break, or if it didn't break, I say okay, maybe market want to pump also. So surprisingly, today was the first day it's breaking it successfully. It's been bouncing on it and returning.
My contact point is that Monster 116.
It's still okay. That Monster is still okay. But from that Monster, I go to say from on the 4 hours, you don't break them. Yeah, so I say they.
The other version of the example, these guys are not going to do what they did yesterday. After setting the morning, they're not going to grab it back.
We are watching now. Indiana, open your mic and talk. Indiana, you're on this options. Indiana, na short man. I know say since they pray for this shot.
I will not anticipate the dump at the end of the month. This is 130.
My brother, if you go 130, 400, it go nice well. But my own this thing is that I'm focusing on this monthly candle because now the monthly candle I use to do my work. This monthly candle is what I'm interested on. This monthly candle and no, I'm working with USDT dominance monthly candle and Bitcoin monthly candle. So I'm expecting USD dominance to come to this my second line at 4.46. If he hit there today, probably they might set to this doji. But my only concern is this daily is supposed to bounce back. We're supposed to have a dump. We're supposed to have a pump in the market again. This daily is almost done to retest. This daily is supposed to form the second shoulder right now. This daily is supposed to fall again. So we're supposed to have a pump, but I don't know whether they want to do it this month or they want to do it at 1st of August. Whether they want to use and play people again for August. This daily is supposed USD dominance is supposed to bounce back. It's supposed to dump again. So our market will pump. So I don't know if they want to reach this my line. If they want to reach here, I don't know if they want to reach to 4.47 before they will dump.
So our advice to put this, my advice is, if you look at what has you will see that by this time, by this exact yesterday, by this time, market dumped aggressive. By midday, it retraced slightly. You understand? So we are now being my advice after the next 4 hours. Because if you look at, how markets moves now. If markets dumps aggressively or pumps aggressively,
it will bounce.
It will retrace back to 2 years. What will happen right now? The next 4 hours will still be there. This next 4 hours will still be there. Maybe that's one that come and notice 135 or 134. Just that one line losing short. That was what happened. You go to the market to
come on. Are you inside bathroom? Are you inside bathroom, Oga?
You said
it? Are you inside bathroom? You want shit for how many? You want shit for how many hours? This your shit, no they finish. How many hours? I wake you for sleep now. So if I don't wake you, if I don't wake you for sleep, if for shit for bed, Abi, you go thank me. Okay, because it don't take you take profit, don't eat now. So maybe enter toilet, go sleep for toilet. Imagine that. Okay, you hit two tip, you make it go sleep for toilet. No wahala. Sleep there. No come out. No wahala. Sleep there. Indana.
You get what I see today, the thing shock me. Like on you get this broker where they always just trade. Like normal, like I wish Bonafide was even on stage and make I ask him this question. It's about trading with brokers, right? Because me, I don't anything crypto. I usually use exchanges to trade, but I like trading all these synthetic indices with brokers like Derive, right? So I was just going through the charts and checking the levels of where the market is on different pairs and different charts. So I now discovered that you can trade Solana, like all these layer 1 coins. I even saw Trump coin on Derive. This thing shocked me. I'm like, I can trade Solana like on MT5.
Yes, now.
You get so my brother is shocked me. Good. This is the problem. So now I'm not trying to understand if someone can trade on MT5, like how do you now the leverage, the difference of the exchange now you are setting leverage, but on on MT5 that's like leverage, like it's just your lot size, and the minimum lot size like I think 100. So I'm like that's like 100 cents or something. So like, is it that you will make more profits on MT5 than you make on exchange? Like if I just open one lot size, right, or like on an exchange. I just open and like I can enter maybe 10x, 20x, that kind of thing. So, but it's kind of like because it's been there.
Yeah, they passed it on both. Maybe and they eventually stopped. So I don't know. I saw when they made that. I think they also did that update that they said you can now trade stocks also through their platform. So TradFi and DeFi now meet someone else too. So what is going on there? The question now is all you need. I think there are brokers that now support cryptos at the moment, and if you're asking for the profit, it's more profitable on DeFi.
I swear, that's what I'm looking at. That is crazy.
Yeah, those moves are better. I understand that there was a way some people were gaming the system on Bybit that was part of why we stopped it. So, but it's been there. But it's more profitable if it's what they're asking. Leverage is bigger than lot size is bigger than
lot size.
Lot size. All this move now, imagine you put one lot size on this kind of move on BTC, bro. 400 extra.
Oh, you talked alone back MT5.
This guy.
No, because I mean,
which exchange supports it?
No, this one is not exchange. I'm talking of a broker, Derive. They are very old.
Okay, are you serious?
I use them G75, V100, all those synthetic pairs, right? Like I just saw.
I don't really. That thing I tried it once. I didn't really study it. So I just knew that
candlestick pattern is awesome on synthetic indices, right?
Guy, James say.
Yeah.
On Binance, volume is nuking on BTC. What is going on? Did they learn work? Binance don't sell. Binance don't sell. Binance don't sell Bitcoin. Binance criminals. They don't dump Bitcoin. James, don't catch them. Binance don't sell Bitcoin.
Okay, I need to study that theory. One guy, because of that, they're synthetic, all those synthetic trades, where you just one can do just jump, one can do all those stuff. I really don't like all those. I think I felt man that play. I just leave that place.
They move like crypto. The one that just shocked me is I just saw a folder called crypto. And I opened the folder and I saw all the Litecoin, I saw Ripple, I saw Solana, I saw God.
The question is is it like a full charge? Because I know the daily experience I had. I think one of my friends wanted to show that. He was telling me that this one is the ultimate printer. So he was showing me how I think that thing is like, I don't know if it's I don't recall. I think it was just 1 minute chat he was showing me them, but you would time it in once it's about to fall, it just falls you out.
You see all the techniques, all the technical analysis we use on exchanges when trading crypto, when trading on exchange. Trust me, if you use it on Derive, you will know Derive on V75 and V100. Just the volatility, I swear. See, if you check the chart, you see all these candlesticks that we do with exchanges with Hanging Man, Doji, this one, just go to the higher time frame. Well, you see, you enjoy yourself there. Just stick to the weekly charts, monthly, 15 minutes. But I say you milk them like crazy. Now I'm not looking at what we do with exchanges right now, like with and brokers now do the same thing, like have a folder for crypto and then we can trade layer 1 coins. I'm not talking of meme coins because those ones they move anyhow they like. But these layer 1 coins like Solana, Ethereum, Ripple, that's XRP and Litecoin that I'm seeing on the list here. There's problem more.
It makes sense.
I will just take my time and test them out and see what's going to happen.
Yeah. It makes sense. You know, that is there. You can leverage. You can use lot size to your advantage. You can drag it.
And now, because if you are doing 10x on exchange and then make the using the lower lot size, which is 100, I'm seeing here, maybe with $10 capital, or more. I don't stress myself too much now. I don't look for 1 4-hour candle to just take whole profit. I'm okay for the day. Yes, now this thing is not by greed though. You are not looking for greed, but you are not looking for art. Like maybe with one of your analysis that you do, and then you enter and you make what you make and like you make on the exchanges too, and it's more profitable. If lot sizes are make more profit, like we know than the leveraging.
Not that it's come out better than even if you also observe it, if you also observe the way it works on exchange. There are some exchanges that when you trade on them, it also seems as though they are more profitable. That is, their return is bigger than the other. Have you not noticed that?
That's one of us want to make see now because I will my telecom make things better than any other.
Exactly. Yeah. There are so many people who do the next. It looks as though the return is better. I've not really tested this with accuracy, but I'm beginning to have that feeling that I think so because I've noticed it sometimes I take some trades. The trade will be, and I've seen that the return doesn't add up. So maybe when I test it with precision, I can tell what I have observed something like.
It's only this last pump on XRP on Bybit that I took that I actually enjoyed the leverage, the returns. Like I was like, okay, fine, cool. If Bybit is like this really, I won, and maybe because there are some pairs that you might see are a good entry, and then when you now enter, you now say, I spent my whole day sitting down for just this. Do you understand?
And sometimes even the move is decent, but the return
is decent, still a good return, and then because of maybe the exchange you don't understand the leverage of you feel like maybe
right. So we go with reservation for the season. Imagine.
Over $675 million liquidated in the past.
It doesn't tap into this gap. When it taps into this gap, but then they will money quickly. It's like that. But right now you see how this will just sit down and calm down to GC before it makes its controls.
I saw that range on BTC for like how many? You just keep ranging and keep eyes. Okay, no problem. Let's be watching.
I was not taking the shot of soon, but because I was going to bed. but I already saw that for our sector before it happened. So, for example, the Solana has come practically to my point of interest around 176. So let me see the reaction. Let me just go. And I'm looking for patterns that could take a long. In fact, I don't think it could even come as low as 174. But when you're watching out for the pattern that I would treat, from this point, if I see, but I find the pattern I'll treat because the price will still bounce over the weekend. You see how strong Ethereum is holding. So it still means there's still hope for us. There's still
it's really holding up strong.
So the way Ethereum is holding because Ethereum came to this same level and bounced yesterday. That's this is a trend line. The trend line is the trend that has supported this price from as low as 2005. This particular trend line where it's sitting. In fact, at this moment, the truth is this, I don't want to clap for Ethereum yet because I don't think it really looks good. And number two is this: I don't also think Ethereum will survive this pressure. I don't think so. Now, I'm looking at the chart. That's why I can say this. As at yesterday, it has started the down right from the 3 gates down to 3.5 yesterday. It bounced from the mid and low. But what it did was that it made a lower high. Because even when I saw that I noticed that and then I'll just meet your mic.
Okay.
Just meet your mic. So when I saw that book, I knew since if it's unable to take it to also get the last high, it means to come down again. So as of now, it has sold off yesterday's move. So and I hinted that this bounce that we are seeing in the market yesterday was a bearish sign. It's just a reaction from a key level, not necessarily that the market is recovering. So I still think Ethereum will take out this trend line. I think so. The fact that it's holding up, it's only a confirmation to the bullish trend on it, not that it's also due for a better correction. At least we need a correction to around 3,002, in my opinion. To go down to be decent, then the right can continue again. So seeing that Ethereum is holding this strong simply means that BTC might keep dragging it to break this trend line. And the moment it does, at least we should see Ethereum come to 3,003, 3,002. Then we would hope, for me, I would hope that it can be passed from there and continue. But I still, this month is not ended. I expect a weekend fall. Probably it might begin tomorrow and then Sunday as usual. Then I also expect the next couple of days remaining for this month, that's for next week, to still be positive. Then when that happens, then we'll see how maybe by next month we can price will definitely I don't know, it's possible price can touch 120 or 123 or 124 again, possibly. Might even see a new all-time high next month. But I'm of the opinion that we are going to see a negative month, a negative BTC next month. I'm of the opinion. Even if it doesn't, even if the only red candle we're going to see, but I'm of the opinion that next month will be a red candle. let's monthly candle will be a red candle. So congratulations to me for hitting my truths 100%. On take profit, so GM everybody. Master, I go to you. GM to you.
GM, Uchena, GM boss.
Good to see you. Good to have you. Danny Larry, GM. Unknown. Samson, Dissento. You've not slept. I thought your birthday to say, but I could sleep over. Sasa Fish, King, Madel, Neka, I greet you, Dr. Olds, Salans, I greet you, Adetuye, Kelechi, I greet everybody, Sobi Crypto, Festus, Ebony, Isabella, Empress, I see you all, and I appreciate you guys for hanging around. Mr. Bryant, Usman, Rizzo, Flourished. I think Rizzo, Rizzo, but I don't know if you're the one that was trying to find a way to come up and speak. I don't know, someone said name, someone was chatting with me, kind of trying to find. I think if you're the one, you can come up now, and at least if you don't know how to initiate the process, you can try that now. So you can give me a sign if you're interested in coming. Okay. So what you do is there's a button on the left side. So make a request and come up so you can speak. That's how we learn. Okay. So I'll approve your requests. So I greet everybody. Gozie, Big Senator, okay? Big Senator, okay? Help us go do one or two. Pragmatic, Empress, Anita, I see you, Dr. Lucky, Jamito, Crypto Nights, I see you all. And I appreciate you guys for hanging around. Ashaka, I greet you. The King, thank you for being around. Sarah, I greet you. Okay, so BTC current price is 115,480, and there are a few hints that we give on this platform, and one of which is just that, like Tovi has said regularly, just be careful. At some point, the price action was quite choppy and a bit confusing and manipulative. So, but now it's good to see that BTC has broken out of that level, that support level that has continued to hold it at 117 area. The question now is what next? I hope some of you are, most of you are making profits. It might be a bit difficult to give trades now because a major move has already happened. It would be good if I gave these trades last night. I took some trades myself. I've also shared it, but because I would say I kind of went to bed a bit early yesterday, so I couldn't give up because I couldn't share those ideas. But at the moment, the market is on the downturn. So the question now is what happens next from here? Okay, and I've already shared a couple of ideas. The market would, I expect the bounce from the product going into the weekend. Today, you want to be careful from what I've observed in the past couple of days. market dumps at this time of those and gets and kind of retraces during the London section. So it's obvious, if you recall or if you're regular on this space, you'd know that you notice that there are these schedules, this market movement schedules continues to change per time or from time to time, depending on what the market makers are trying to achieve. There are times when Asia pumps. I think it happened last week. We saw Asia pumps, other sections dump, other sections manipulate. So it keeps changing. But the important thing is for you to understand it. All you need to do is to observe it. If you observe it, you'll be able to understand it. And once you understand it, you can use that to your advantage. At the moment, what I still expect is that if you look at in terms of moves, you see that BTC kind of seems to be dumping harder than altcoins. You see that BTC seems to be dumping harder than altcoins. BTC has done negative 2.53% today alone. And most alts are still at Ethereum is at 2.89. Solana is at 3%. Su is at 2.75. And most of the alts are still at 1 point. Alts are still at 1.5. Virtual is at 1.44. Tau is at 1.73. Penguin is at 2.16. Fatcoin is positive 0.88. C is 2.29. That's Polygon Matic is at 1.58. And Penguin is 2.64. This means that BTC is dumping harder than altcoins. That's what it simply means. Because on a normal, when BTC is doing negative 2.5%, alts should be doing at least negative 6 to 8%. That's usually how it has been. But as at today, you can see that this is practically BTC dump. One of the things that is also worthy of attention is what is happening with dominance on BTC. As at last week was very bad for BTC dominance. BTC dominance was on its way to break a major level. That was 60% as at last weekend, but it failed. So there has been a bounce in the last couple of days, and at the moment there is a strong retracement. Why? Because, like I said, BTC dominance is dumping harder than alts. And if you look at what BTC is printing on the daily on dominance, it seems to be printing a bearish pattern. Right now. So you want to really pay attention to this. Now, what does this mean? It simply signifies that alts might retain the strength that they currently have. It's BTC dominance on the daily seems to be on the process of forming an evening star on the daily, probably by the end of today. So that is to tell you that BTC dominance BTC will continue to remain weak like it has done in the past couple of days. BTC dominance and also will remain stronger. So the lesson from this is your positioning should be more on on altcoins at the moment. At least it should be aping. In fact, what this should really tell you now is that probably many guys, people are taking profits from BTC. That's one of the things you also want to notice, that folks are probably taking profits from BTC and rotating into altcoins. So what you want to do at this moment is this. You want to know what to bid on. You want to go to layer 1, beginning with Ethereum. And Solana, Sui. You want to start looking for opportunities on these guys. This BTC dump is going to slow down at some point, and also quickly recover, because the fact that all are not dumping alongside BTC simply tells its own story. So pay attention. I have my points of interest, like I had mentioned here a number of times. My point of interest for Solana has always been 176. So and I also just give a range of 170 between 176 and 172. This area I'll be willing to beat Ethereum, or Solana to the upside. And also it's also going to be bouncing. I'll also be looking for a bounce on the bullish trend line that has supported Solana so far. So this is my point of interest. For Sui, the story is a bit different for me. For Sui, I actually I would like to have price come into the 3.2 region, tap into the gap there, and then I'll be willing to bid on Sui. From what I can see, I can tell you these are the guys that will run very, very well. So Ethereum will lead this charge. Pay attention to that. Ethereum will definitely lead this charge. Ethereum is strong, like I think I can say stronger than it has ever been in a very, very long time. So pay attention to this. For those who want to buy sports, do your research, identify quality projects, and this is the time to do that. Identify quality projects, identify good entries, the right entries, and you can plan your entry. You can plan to take your trades. You can be taking your trades small when price gets to your points of interest. You can be entering trades small sizes, so that you don't just jump in fully aggressively with one order. So you can be taking your order small to buy little as market dips. You are buying on the dip, little by little. So jam everybody, I wish to request that you guys come up. I can't find you any longer. I don't know if you dropped Rizu. I know you requested before now. I don't know if you canceled the request or you logged off. But I would like to hear you come up. I'd like to hear you come up and speak. Okay, you're here. Okay. So, Jam to your master. It's good to have you. Let's hear you speak.
Jam, Uchenna. Can you hear me?
Of course I can.
Yeah. Jam, Tovi, Jam, Uchenna, and Jam to all the amazing listeners and speakers. I really appreciate what you've been doing, and I really want to commend you that you've been there even we need you, and each time we are having questions and maybe we are lost in a lot of things. You always guide us, so you are really like You are really a leader in everything you do, and I pray God always continue to bless you. So, like you rightly said, the market is bleeding, and
just master. I use my earpiece.
Yes, I'm using earpiece.
I'm not the
one speaking. It's Richozi that's speaking. It's Richozi that's speaking.
Yes, it's me that's speaking. It's Richozi.
Oh, okay. I thought it's my job.
Yes. No, it's Richozi.
I think you jumped the queue, but that's okay. So since you started, okay, please take off your earpiece. It's really, the tone is not, it's not coming well.
Okay.
Please, yeah.
What about now? Can you hear me very well now?
Yeah, clear, very good.
All right. So like I was saying, I said, I really appreciate you for being there. I appreciate you for all you've been doing for us. Whenever we need assistance and when we are lost in solar things, we talk to you, and your swift response and your immediate response to everything we ask you. You always respond on time. So I really appreciate you, and I really, really thank you for being there all the time. God will continue to bless you and reward you. So like you rightly said, it's been a very long time I've not spoken on the space, but I spoke like yesterday when cryptochemistry was anchoring the space. I spoke even day before yesterday. That was because I was able to, I was using the old X. The old X that I was using was not, whenever I click on the speaker to speak, it wasn't giving me what I really wanted to not open. So it was later when I had to go and update my X that I really found out that yes, this is where I will be able to talk and request for the mic. So thank you very much. And like you rightly pointed out, the market is really bleeding, and just like I picked some two things from what you said, like we should, start looking at when the market is going down, we'll be bagging out our spot, because I'm a spot trader, and I've been on spot trading for probably 3 years now, and just like Toby will always say that we should hold on before we start buying our bags. So, and I've been waiting patiently, and I think the time is coming for us to start doing so. So I'll keep waiting for you people guideline for all what you've been doing, so that we will not get lost at the end of the day buying on a high price, and it will not affect us. So we are here. That's why I'm always attending the space, so that whenever it's time, the right time for me to start buying, I'll start buying. And like if you see, beginning of this month, the market was, I think on the 1st of July, we experienced a dump in the market. Then the following day, the market peaked. That was in July. So I still believe maybe this month, if the month is ending, maybe if this July is ending, we can still experience a little pump upside. So maybe before the proper dump. So I really take some advice on what you said, like one or two things from what you said, and I will work on it. So thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak again. Gem, everybody. Gem Tokvi. I hope Tokvi is getting better. We'll keep praying for him to get better. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rizzo. Thank you very much for coming and sharing that. I think this is also part of the reason why some of us should be coming up to share. For me, I think the market gave an opportunity for people who hold sports to buy loan. At the time I confirmed some of the double bottom patterns in the market, I asked you guys to enter. I mean, if you buy sports, though, it doesn't mean you have to hold for months. I mean, this move up alone is a decent move for anyone who holds sports. So I would have probably practically advised you guys to buy at the time when I knew that you had the bottom. Because the bottoms that we had a couple of months ago in June, sometime in June and all, I don't even know if the market is good that low. I don't know, you may or may not, but at least there was an opportunity before now. So someone who bought sometime in June, at least would have enjoyed this market pump. Most to consider them, Ethereum almost did 50 to 40% move, and certain projects put in decent moves, at least 20-30%. So that would have been a bad exposure to the market. But that's okay, that's fine. And good to hear from you. And thank you for always supporting this space. Thank you for supporting this space. So, cheers. So, looking out for you guys to do that a sports holder, so that whenever we see opportunities, we can communicate to you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Master. Master, you have the mic.
Yeah, thank you very much, Uchenna. GMJ, Top V, GMJ, and I wish you, speedy recovery as you, do your surgery. GM to Indiana, D, Manga, D, GM to everybody else, Sensei, Kakashi, Shinobi from Konoha, GM to everybody anyway. Let me start off by saying, right now we are experiencing, let me start off by saying, I strongly believe, which also coincides with what Uchenna said earlier as far as we're approaching the month of August. I strongly believe the first and second week of August is going to provide a lot of people with gold buying opportunities. If we are to have certain move to the upside for certain coin, case in point, ETH. And why am I particular about that and a lot of all this? Because what we are seeing right now and experiencing from a fundamentals and a chart standpoint, it just aligns with certain moves to come in the month of August. I'll take us back to, if you understand patterns and be it harmonic patterns, be it occurring events or occurring events that happen in patterns, we'll see something, you take one or two things from what I'm about to say. And hence the reason why I'm saying that if you felt as though you've missed certain moves to the upside, don't worry. You have another chance of getting it. And if you did not FOMO, you have another chance of getting a certain moves to the downside. Case in point, from a fundamental standpoint, for those who know me, I'm big on certain historical events. Case in point, we experienced something in last year in the month of August. And what was that thing? First of all, the FOMC, the Fed, did not cut the interest rates. And afterwards, I think that should be August 1, the unemployment rate data came out. And the cumulative event of what happened in that, I think, first week of August was we saw BTC went as well as 49,000 USD. And we saw ETH go as low as from 2008 to 2,100. I remember that vividly. It was on a Sunday stroke Monday. We saw that decline. And of course, we'll be seeing that decline from the previous weekend, just like a Friday like this. We'll be seeing that decline. I'm not saying we are going to experience that decline next week, but I'm saying that there's every chance we are going to see something similar. And mind you, when I say something similar, I'm not saying BTC is going to 49K, but I'm saying we are going to see certain retracement that, in all sincerity, is also going to drag certain odds as well, regardless of they outperforming BTC currently. Because my opinion, they are basically just outperforming BTC right now because a lot of investors are looking to make as much money before they get out of positions, for certain moves to come. So that's the event that happened last year, and of course, when you understand, and speaking of patterns, when you look at the summer during the summer, we usually have the summer rally and the summer sell-off. And the summer rally again, it's basically, if you look at things that happened 2024, 2023 as well, you would see a peak maybe in July, a decline in August, and another move to the upside in September, and just like that. Now, that is bringing me back, speaking on patterns, I've often categorize what we are experiencing as regards, this interest rate, this and this, with what happened in the GFC, back in the GFC. Coincidentally or not so coincidentally, the very first day that the Fed reduced the interest rate in the month of, I think that should be September, if I'm not mistaken. That same day, I think maybe September 5 or September 10, if it is September 5th, rather, I say 5, September 5th rather, that was the same day, September 5th, 2009, or 2008 rather, that the FOMC, that the Fed also reduced interest rates. And back then, a lot of people were pricing in just 5%, interest rate, 0.25. I was pricing in 0.50. Why? Because the very first rate cost the Fed did back then too was 0.5. Coincidentally or not so coincidentally, we had exactly the same 0.5% interest rate cuts on exactly the same day in the same month that happened back in 2008. So that is bringing me to my point, which is the following week we are approaching, which is I think that should be on Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken now. We'll be having the FOMC meeting. And the interesting thing about this is the fact that, don't get surprised or bamboozled with the fact that President Trump went to the FOMC and went to the Federal Reserve building yesterday. Why? Because a lot of people were thinking or saying, I've been seeing people saying there's going to be a rate cut next week. A lie. And I'll tell you one of the reasons why I believe there will be no rate cut, simply because of the CPI data that came out last week. Or 2 weeks ago. That CPI data came out with inflation ticket to the upside. What that means is the market was expecting I think 2.4% increment in inflation, and they got it 2.7. And there is no statistic, economic way or reason for the Fed to increase to reduce that interest rate from that standpoint. Why? Because it simply means inflation is sticking to the upside. So having that at the back of your mind, that the Fed is most likely, there's a 95% chance that the Fed is able to cut that interest rate come next FOMC. So if that doesn't happen, of course we will see a decline in market. And following that Wednesday, I think on Thursday, unemployment rate data is coming out as well. So and these things are both coming out and happening right on the cusp of, I think last year it was, this data came out around August 2 or August 1. And we are seeing exactly the same thing happen again this year. People might have forgotten on the TL, so just so you won't be caught off guard, I think on Wednesday will be the FOMC. On Thursday or Friday, whichever will be for the unemployment rate. And those two key events would most likely shape the way the market is going to turn out to be, at least in the first week and second week of August. So having said that, when you look at it also from a chart perspective, I think I and Cryptochemistry discussed this yesterday on here. On the 14th of July this month, that Monday, BTC printed an inverted hammer, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that should be an inverted hammer. And when you look at the close of that inverted hammer, that close has been holding strongly as a very strong resistance since July 14th. And today is, if I'm not mistaken, 25th or thereabouts. That means for about 11 days, BTC has been able to have a solid close above that resistance. The closest solid close we have above that resistance was about 3 days ago. And immediately the following day opened. So it's just basically a no-brainer for someone to take that shot. I opened the shot on BTC at around 119,800. So it's a no-brainer, Why? Because it's basically been a resistance that I've been holding. And of course, like I said, the only daily close we've had is around that point, but it closed at around 190 or 120, about less than $200 above that resistance, and clearly it just at that point in time, even with the volume, it just wouldn't hold that resistance of flip and to flip that support. So right now, looking at it from that chart standpoint, and the certain key support zones, case in point, 105 in the first, the next is I think 112, the next is 109, 110. So those are the key ranges I'm looking at. And based on certain events that is going to be happening next week, it's not surprising to see certain institutions, getting off positions such as not to get caught off guard. Why? Excuse me. From that standpoint, it's better to be risk off, before that time than to be risk on and be caught off guard. So and that gives into perspective that as far as odds is concerned, you might still be seeing certain push or certain move, maybe to the upside as the fact that they are holding strong against, BTC currently. And so for me, that's basically what I'll be looking at, watching out for, as far as what's it called, the chart is concerned, and a lot of macroeconomic data and informations that will be experienced or that be forthcoming. More so when you look at things on the chart file, when I came to the space, I had Uchenna and someone discussing about certain trading that is done on certain exchanges, for a bit stocks or whatnot, on Bybit and some exchanges. If you look at things happening on the chart file, case in point, the S&P 500, which is just the cumulative of the big 500 companies in America, they've printed a new all-time high. That chart has printed. I mean, it's when it's a price discovery, but when you look at the way it also closed yesterday, it signals that, in fact, it closed with that up candle with an undecisive candle. After printing that all-time high, which means it couldn't sustain that. As given in perspective that today it shouldn't even be surprising that the chart finds this. When America wakes up, we are going to be seeing series of bloodbath and going into next week. So my point is, when we are approaching next week, which will also be doubling with those events, or current events that I made mention of, it's also going to be doubling as the monthly close, for the month of July, and the August, and the opening for the month of August. So I'll be watching closely that as well. So speaking on TradFi, they are also looking to, of course, after hitting that all-time high, they would also be looking to get out of certain positions, to be on a risk-off mode, so as not to get caught off guard when Powell will be giving announcements on that interest rate. So, I said earlier there's a 95% chance for good conclusion that interest rates will not be reduced. However, let's now see on the risk off or the risk on move and the chance that that happens, which I strongly believe it won't. But what does that mean? That means we'll be seeing certain crazy rally to the upside. However, oftentimes or not, before we get certain moves like that, you would clearly see it on the chart. A lot of things on the chart have gotten to certain key resistance level. And why is all these events that I made mention of happening on this key resistance level as well? Sometimes talking about the fundamental, the chart has clearly shown that we have resistance level. Sometimes we just need certain things to drive us, just like those key events I made mention of. So you shouldn't be surprised at what's it called? Cut off that. So yeah, basically that's that for me. I started something recently that made me understand certain things as regards our 4-hourly candle as well. Let me share that here briefly. Which is that I think the Asian market, of course, starts the Asian market opens in our Nigerian time. I think that should be around 1 a.m. of course. However, their daily candle closes around 5 p.m. Nigerian time. So what that means is it's just like the American stock market, of course. The American stock market or their trading time they close around 9 p.m. thereabouts Nigerian time. So when we have that 9 p.m. candle before our opens, that is when they finish their trading sessions. However, for those in those time zones, I think Toby is I don't know where he is anyway, but wherever he is, I think he will have a different time if they switch to their time over there. So all these put in tandem certain things we see that how the market moves. Sometimes speaking on risk on or risk off mode, the Asian guys might decide to close off selling off towards the close of their trading session, or be it at the beginning of their opening session, just as the Americans, sometimes, pump the market towards their open, or dump it towards their open and, pump it towards their close, which can then bring us our 9 p.m. For our candle. So I just said, to share that I, just experienced and, notice that anyway. Of course, I've always been used to the fact that the Asian market opens around 1 a.m. Nigerian time, in the middle of the night. But around that, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, I think people will get what I'm trying to say. So, having said that, August, the first and second week of August, in my opinion, is going to. And funny enough, if you look at the coin, like what happened last month, in the month of August, we had that spike to the upside and a move to the downside, and it closed very bearish. I think that should be July, August, if I'm not mistaken. So it shouldn't be surprising that we might be seeing the EMS right now, whereby we'll see that, move to the downside first and a continuation of the rally, considering the fact that even for the RSI, I don't use that anyway, and even if basically 3008, 3007, 8 as being a very strong resistance. Also, if you notice something, just as BTC printed that inverted arm on Monday, ETA didn't print an inverted arm, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check it to be sure. ETH did not print an inverted arm. However, ETH did not print an inverted arm. However, it had an indecisive candle, and it shouldn't be surprising. In fact, with the fact that since we haven't been able to get a close as well, or a liquidity sweep to take us above that 3008 plus, we should just be very wary, and in my opinion, most of the move to the upside will be seen between now and when the London or American session is going to open. It's just going to be another opportunity, to most likely take certain short positions, in the market. I told some of my folks, I think that should be yesterday, those who are close to me, that, rather than, of course, we long the market at certain key resistance. In my opinion, I will not even open a long on people say at 120. Even as much as I expect it to go as high as 130, 140 thereabouts. Why? Because it's been a major resistance at a premium on a monthly basis and a weekly basis, and also even on a daily basis. So just decided to some of those observations I saw, and case in point, if you look at the Ethereum against BTC chart, you will see that ETH has been outperforming BTC over there. Of course, it might not be translating on the USDT pair, but what that means is by the time a flush of BTC, whereby we see that decline to be 112 or even 109, it just means that compared to how it usually play out, whereby if BTC does a 5% move, most odds we do a minus 10% move. It just means that at that point in time, they would also dump, but it won't just be at a larger scale. of course, until the chart, of course, definitely proves otherwise. So I would say that Solana, when you look at, I posted something on my post. This rally we basically experience is not for Solana Max. I'm sorry if you're Solana Max in the house. This rally is just not for you, and I'll tell you why. We are currently experiencing, if you look at the, what's it called now, the ETH against BTC chart, you would see that ETH is basically outperforming BTC and it's, doing very well, holding strong. However, Solana against ETH, if you look at the chart, Solana against ETH, if you go to your trading view and you search Solana against ETH, you would see that Solana has basically, done its own move against ETH and outperformed ETH in the past. And of course, the key metric and standard we use in this Web3 or crypto, if you want to call it that, every asset is measured against BTC. However, as far as alt is concerned, they are also measured against ETH. So the sheer fact that ETH is outperforming BTC means that a lot of alt cannot outperform Ethereum. Please,
yeah, thank you.
Oh, okay. So I think the sheer fact that ETH is outperforming BTC right now means that most of the alts that have outperformed ETH in the past will no longer, or most likely most of them won't be able to do that. If you look at the index of alts against ETH as well, in general, you would see that most of them, they are currently underperforming ETH. So Solana, I still believe Solana is still going to experience some downside, even maybe as low as 140 thereabout, if we see that crazy move, be it 160, 155, not to be, at least at the very least, we experience that downtime, in first and second week of August. So, those are just some of the things I'll be looking out and watching closely. So yeah, GM, everybody, and yeah, thank you very much.
Master, thank you very, very much for your insights. So yeah, saying that we Solana Max is not that we should go home to pack our bags and play the market.
Oh, forget it. This road is not for you.
Is that what I say?
Yes,
we should pack our bags and go home. Why you like this?
Yes, so pack your bags, bro. This run is not for you. Currently, if we are experiencing any crazy move, even the chart even tells the story. Sincerely speaking, if you look at the chart right now, it said Solana has basically been the of all the major, should I say the major big foundational elements, case in point, BNB, ETH. We can even add XRP to that list if we want. Solana has basically been the one that has, seen the most decline. And it's not surprising if you look at the extraction on the fundamental aspect that is currently happening on ETH, and the sheer fact that it has basically broken the all-time high it did in the last cycle, and the way it did that, it did it like a classic blow off top. So, in fact, in my opinion, I won't be surprised if we don't even print a new all-time high anymore in this cycle for Solana. But at the end of the day, I could be wrong. Not to make my bias play out in that sentence, but basically that chart.
This I will definitely pull up the asset comparison chart. That's if Solana look at that. But I definitely know that one of the things I will see is will definitely be outperforming BTC on its BTC chart. Meaning, and considering that Solana trails BTC so closely as compared to it, you can now say, okay, yeah, this guy should be underperforming. I can get that. But if you look at the USDT chart of Solana, I don't know. Maybe you should take a look at it and tell me what you think, because I think I see it as really being bullish on the USDT chart as against. The only thing is that is it's possible it might continue to underperform, but that does not mean that the USDT chart is not bullish. So maybe you want to take a look at that chart, rather on the high time frame, and then let me know what you think.
So, sincerely speaking, well, I'm even talking about this Solana chart on the USDT pair from the monthly time frame. If you look at the way that monthly time frame is, since can you hear me?
Yeah, with you.
Okay, so that chart on the monthly time frame, if you look at since the month of January, basically, what it did was it opened at 189. It opened at 189. Went as high as 295, and it closed at 231. Now, the problem with that is that close, is basically the close. Let me look at the close here. It's basically the close. Let me look at this chart properly. If you look at the way when we had that all-time high in November 2021, we had the all-time high at 250. If I'm not mistaken, 259, and we closed at 208. Now, the problem with the way Solana closed it for that month of January, for me on that monthly time frame, is it closed below the all-time high of 2021, which meant that is the way we see a classic low of top. If, in my opinion, if that monthly chart had printed and closed, say, 260, after that, making an all-time high, it's just, okay, take for instance, when you look at BNB, the way BNB printed, it was a no-brainer for me, after creating that all-time high. But for me, I'll be watching closely how it's going to close for this month as well. So my point is, for Solana, when you look at it on that monthly time frame, the way it closed, not being able to even close and hold above the previous cycle high, and we saw massive decline, and now when you look at certain things happening on the fundamental aspect, case in point, Pom.Fund and their so-called founders and what they are doing, it just gives a perspective of certain things on Solana. Case in point, yes, mad abstraction, and I think Solana also encouraged the Solana people or the founders. They also encouraged and really focused on memes, and the biggest meme on meme launchpad or platform is Pom.Fund, and the biggest platform for memes, which the Solana founders have been promoting, has coincidentally been the biggest extractors of liquidity. They've extracted liquidity at a scale never seen on the chain, or even you can nearly see on any chain. They've been case in point, even this so-called pre-sale they did, the pre-sale they did that was valued at close to over 4 billion USD, and as of today it has gone below 1 billion, less than a week apart. I mean, for a project that is as big as Pom, which is meant to be the biggest platform on the said chain, when the biggest provide, it's like everybody knows currently MicroStrategy should be, at least aside Satoshi, it should be the second or third biggest abstractor of biggest injector of liquidity. Just imagine someone like Satoshi now deciding to sell his 1 million units of BTC. He is the biggest, of course that's a different scenario anyway, because Bitcoin is different based on its own. However, for a project like for a coin like Solana, having the biggest platform double as the biggest abstractor of liquidity, it just says a whole lot of things that people should expect. Nevertheless, all this still doesn't mean that we won't see it above 200. We saw it at 205 to 10 thereabout, and watch closely. If we are to make a new all-time high, the day it holds, or the moment it holds above 258 or 250, 60 about, on a bigger time frame, then we cannot be dreaming of a new all-time high. Other than that, for me, I'm sorry, I strongly don't, believe we are going to see that. And also, if you look at the lows it's been coming from, from basically $8 to roughly $300. If I'm not mistaken, that should be way over 10x is $80, 20x is $160, 30x is about $240. Roughly about close to about 35x on. Yes, close to about 35 or 30 something x from the lows of $8 to the highs of 300 is got it to. So what's more? And this is a N1. So
that's how they say do wrong already.
That's why I tweeted that. That's how if Solana Max, these people have had your phone. Other things. We saw PNB this week printed a new all-time high. So those are some of the things that put in perspective. Some of the things that I'm watching closely and expecting in the market. So yeah.
No, you may not be out of place, although it's painful for someone like me to accept, but that's the beauty of a platform like this. That's the beauty of platforms like this, so that people can open your eye clearly the way it is. So they can share ideas, everyone will come up with his own opinion about the market, and of course, if you are open-minded enough, you just have to really find the merits in some of those statements. So I see some value in what you just said. The only thing is this, what I think will happen is this, truth is this. Solana has been a bit lagging. Now, if you look at the weekly kind of gives us gives us a bullish vibe, the bottom pattern and all. But I'm also seeing something again in line with what you just shared. So I just kind of did another setup again, and I'm actually seeing on the week that we have a bear flag. I'm going to say an ascending channel. Maybe use that term. So on the weekly, so there's an ascending channel currently printing, meaning that your point will be validated maybe in the coming days if this finally plays up. I don't think it is complete yet. The pattern is not complete yet. This pattern will still drive this price to around 220 before I think it will begin to top. So I think this is an eye opener for me, but still, I said that I should go to the moon. We are going to 2,000. If you like it or not, I have to rep my guys now. So I don't really like what is going on. The Pond of Fund has not. I think it has been a bad moment for this chain. Not also minding the fact that Solana is really driving a lot. They're really doing a lot to lead in crypto in terms of throughput of transactions and all. I'll keep an eye. What Pond has been a bad story for Solana. Really, it has been a bad story. And I think the earlier the better. The earlier the ecosystem does something about it, the better. In as much, but there's also another way to look at it. You see, now people can call that bad. Me, I really, I gave it a thought at some point, and I didn't really think it's as bad because if you are going in pursuit of Satoshi's retribution of Bitcoin and decentralization, you see, this is it. I mean, people are free to bid on whatever they find comfortable with. Whether you're an experienced person or you're a newbie, it matters nothing. If you're a newbie and you go into that, you go into the trenches and you are bumped, I mean, you took yourself there. And that's the fact. Let's also not forget that there have also been launches, main launches on Pump Fund that also came out well and made a lot of balls on the space. So for me, even though I may not really 100% love how it plays out, especially for inexperienced guys on Pump Fund, but I can't really say I have a problem with it, being that you bid where you want. And Pump Fund is just the first and the most popular trenches that we have. So it's not the only one. A lot are coming up. Even if you look at the rally on Pump lately, I understand they created a similar platform, but I think the reason folks kind of love Pump for Pump, what Pump is doing is because Pump kind of seems as though I think it looks like their value proposition is different from what Pump Fund is doing, and that's attracted a lot of attention, or it has attracted a lot of attention so far to Pump. There are also a lot of other degenerate platforms that exist. So, in fact, as much as possible, believe me, if it were to be easy, Base has its own. They have their. The thing is that memes are also a good part of this space, being that the community nature of the community they bring up on board any ecosystem. So any ecosystem that is unable to conform this meme gamblers, that ecosystem may not really enjoy true passion or fun on their platform. And in fact, you see some of the adrenaline memes bring on board as well is worthy of attention. So let's see how it goes. I am very, very, very bullish on Solana. I wish what I'm saying is going to happen, because it would be a buy signal for me. I'll buy more. I mean, just for some reason, sometimes I just pray. I don't lose on my phone. But for some reason, I just love Solana. I mean, that's just it. I sometimes wrong, but I just love Solana. He said, I've not really been an Ethereum person, but considering what is happening lately, of course, it would be unwise to ignore Solana, to ignore Ethereum, frankly. I think also people need to also get to what's happening right now. I don't know how far this is going to go, but Ethereum seems to be sitting on this trend. So this might also be my signal for you guys. Take a look and don't feed Solana. Sorry, don't feed Ethereum. Don't feed Ethereum, because Ethereum is really holding up well. Really holding up well. So let's just pay attention. And Master, thank you as always for showing up, for coming to share your thoughts. And look there, Mr. Paul. If it changes the sentiment of Solana, come and and just keep checking.
Funny enough, I remember I could also be wrong. So
it could be. I see what you're talking about. I mean, there's a point. I accept, I think I'm a strong advocate for this platform on the turn-by-turn nature of crypto. Bro, if you've done your own turn, if you've done your own pump, you have to calm down. Others will do their own stories about it. So there's no way around it. Truly, Solana did the wrong with BTC. So they've done their bull run. I can agree. I can accept the fact that you're right. At some point, I was very, very bearish on Solana until I switched because when I saw the weekly setup. So what I would do is I would play it while it lasts, and I also hope you are wrong. But Solana will do well in the long run. That's what it is. Solana will still do well. Now for ETH, how far do you think Ethereum will go? At least considering the strength that's just its newly found strength.
Okay. Let me speak on ETH. So for me, we are currently seeing, regardless of retracement that I'm expecting, case in point, I'm sincerely expecting ETH to get to as low as 3,003. That will be my first stop. The second stop is going to be 3,000, between 3,040 and 3,060. So the first stop for me I'm expecting is 3,340 thereabouts. The second stop is 3,060 to 3,001 thereabouts. And the last stop is going to be 2,840 zone. However, even if it gets there or it doesn't, what I'm looking at for the eye is as high as at the very minimum between 5,008 or 6K to 8,000, between 6K to 8,000. Either way, from a price standpoint, because we have seen certain moves on the ETH against BTC pair, I'm taking my cue on the price action over there. So currently, the ETH against BTC is at 0.031 or so. That chart, if you look at that chart, for this cycle, that chart has clearly bottomed already. It bottomed at around 0.016 or 7 thereabouts. I'm unable to pull out the chart right now, but if you look at that chart on the weekly or on the monthly time frame, that chart has bottomed for this cycle. And coincidentally, and that's why one of the things that I also look out for patterns in certain occurring events. Where we bottomed for the last cycle before we had the move to the all-time high, was, you look at that chart clearly on the same support zone. It got to where it bottomed at. If you look at where it bottomed, I think it bottomed at around 0.016 or 0.017 as well. Like I said, I'm not on the chart. I would have pulled up accurate data, but anybody on the chart can just easily switch to the monthly time frame or the week. You see the bottom to the point at 0.17. Cycle it went as high as 0.088. So this cycle again, we've bottomed at the 0.01. Case in point, speaking of patterns. So do I expect ETH to go as high as 0.08? Sincerely speaking, if I'm expecting that, it's just because I love Ethereum to an extent. But to be realistic, I've said it severally. That I'm expecting at the very least, ETH should go as high as 0.06. And when you look at say 0.06, and you look at the price of BTC, so let's assume that at that point in time, BTC is at around, let's say 120K. If you do the math, 120K times 0.06 should be giving you roughly around 7,200 or 7,000 thereabouts, if I'm not mistaken. Or you place it at 0.055. If you place it at 0.055, now we're putting it at around that should be around 6,000 thereabouts. Let me see if I'm correct. Yeah, around 6,000 thereabouts. Yeah. So remember, when it's at 0.05 or 0.055 or 0.06, it has to be in respect to wherever BTC is at that point in time to get the actual price. So, of course, am I expecting certain retracement? Yes, I am. Now, the point is, if ETH is having crazy moves and BTC is declining, we might not see that price point of 7K. However, looking at the way the chart is forming, chances are we might still see that move to the upside for BTC, regardless of the retracement we're experiencing. If a clear proper blow of top, there's the possibility of that move, which I'm also expecting. So if BTC makes its all-time high and higher, let's even cap it at, let's say 135. Excuse me, let's see if it's 135, let's even round it up at 135. And Ethereum goes as high as 0.06, 0.06, that will put it at around 8K. But if it goes as high as 0.08, that will put it roughly at around the 10K zone. So those are some of the metrics that I'm looking at to gauge the price points of where I expect ETH is going to. So the first key zone I'm looking at is 0.055 or 0.06 to specific. If it breaks that, I'm looking at the side of it translates in price immediately. I see that. Certain things on the fundamental aspect as well. There's a company, GameLink, they are also ETH as much as MicroStrategy is accumulating BTC. They've even accumulated so much that they've dethroned, the Ethereum Foundation. They've amassed more BTC than the Ethereum Foundation currently, and I think they are not even the biggest holder yet. They are the second biggest holder, if I'm not mistaken. Also, one of the first company in the TradFi space, listed on the Nasdaq, that pivoted into BTC as a treasury way before MicroStrategy. In this cycle, has announced that they are pivoting into Ethereum and adding Ethereum to their balance sheet. So, and when you look at certain things also from the fundamental aspect, which is the fact that ETH, the previous upgrade they did, which is the Petra upgrade, added something, which is the fact that the increment of the amount of stakeable ETH from 32 to about 2048 is clearly an institutional move, such that, why should an institution that owns about 300,000 or a case like GameLink that is looking to amass as much as 1 million units of Ethereum, of course they will want to stake their Ethereum. And look at how cumbersome it's going to be for them to be staking 32 ETH at a particular point in time, compared to staking the entire 1 million ETH at 2048 at the time. So that means at 2048, they only have to do that roughly around 500 times, compared to way more than 2,000 times they will have to do that if it were to be 32 ETH. So my point is that Petra basically just put in perspective things that is going to attract institutions, and it's not surprising when you look at the day the Petra upgrade went live. I think that should be May 7th or 8th thereabout, or so, if I'm not mistaken. 7th or 8th, either 7th or 8th or 22nd. I wrote a post on it. If you go to my timeline, you see the post I did about it. And the day the Petra upgrade went live, it coincides with the bullish move we've been seeing on ETH, be it on the daily time frame and also on the weekly. So from the very first day that upgrade went live, the chart has been extremely bullish. And let me use this opportunity to also share this, which is the fact that in as much as Ethereum has done that Petra upgrade, there's also 2 more upgrades coming up, which people might not know, of course, because you basically might not even see it on the timeline. Pretty sure I might have been the first person to even write it on CTNG. Anyway, the point is there's 2 more upgrades coming up, which is the Fusaka upgrade and the Glamsterdam upgrade. What that upgrade is going to do is the fact that I think the Glamsterdam upgrade is going to, they are proposing one of the EIPs should add whatever you can do with your ZK Zinc. They want to add it and integrate it into the N1. Case in point, we have the ZK rollups, which is basically being funded by the Ethereum Foundation most of the time. In the Genesis phase. Right now, imagine what the ZK Sync does, and they're adding it, integrating it into the N1. What that means is what you want to do with your ZK technology or ZK rollup, you'll be able to do it basically on ETH easily. And aside also the stateless node and stateless integration, what that simply means is the fact that the call time for certain data and the interaction between nodes is going to be so reduced that it's going to make the interoperability of those nodes faster and quicker and even more efficient. So some of those things are things that one way or the other, in as much as we are going to have that downtime, do I believe so? Yes. Even me, that I believe 2025 towards the end of 2025 or any time, and 2025 to 2026 is going to be the beginning of the beer. In fact, 2025, I believe it's going to be the beginning of the beer market. I might be wrong at the end of the day, but some of these events is just accumulating and, like I said about patterns, shaping up for certain, of course, in this space, after giga moves, you expect giga drops. It's just normal. But the point is, when you look at also the fact that will there be interest rates next year? This next week, I believe not. Once by September, will there be? Of course, there will be. But the thing is, before that interest rate, the market will price in that interest rate cut and certain moves. And that will also be correlating with some of those OP like the Fusaka and Amsterdam of the upgrade. So, for me, it just giving perspective some of the things that I expect as far as ETH is concerned. So, yeah. That's my price prediction for ETH anyway. As long as 0.06 is where I'm looking at for the ETH against BTC. So wherever the price is going to be at that point in time, that is the price of BTC. I'll be taking my cue from there. But from a dollar standpoint, sincerely speaking, I'm looking at the very least 5,005. Then we get into price discovery. But if we would above 5,005, just means 6,075, 8K, and possibly 10,000. It's not far. It's not far-fetched, So yeah.
Wow. Master, thank you very much for that expose. Now, this there's an upgrade. I didn't study this, but I know I heard that passing like the upgrade that Ethereum initiated that kind of has done something to the transaction speed and transaction fee as well. Is that correct?
Oh yes, that's the Petra upgrade. I was opportune to I have a friend who, in fact, I think the Petra upgrade, there's about 8 EIPs that was upgraded. And I was opportune to, interact, in fact, on a personal level with one of the person that, worked on one of the EIPs. And I think back then on Gem show, I made mention of that, like, 2 months before the upgrade. And so one of those things, this upgrade, which is the Petra upgrade that went live in May, did is the fact that it reduced transaction fee, cost of transaction, basically reduced, drastically. In fact, we saw, mind you, before they did the upgrade, they did the test phase, on what we call the Udemy testnet. They did it there before, to know if there's going to be any issues by the time they integrate it into the N1 itself. So while they were even doing that test phase, we were already seeing the drop in Ethereum gas fees. So there was a significant drop in the ETH gas fee even before the upgrade went live. So, and of course, why did they do that is because so as to ensure that there won't be any complications. So when they do the test net and they'll be getting feedbacks, and so the point is when they finish that, they integrated it into the N1, and it turned out that the gas fees, has been drastically reduced. I mean, we are currently seeing cheaper gas fees than we've ever seen as far as since the inception of ETH is concerned. And the funny thing is, this also transcends into the L2s. Why? Because it enables the block space for the L2s, to also be reduced, number one, which means that even the gas fees on the L2s will be cheaper than it used to be. And of course,
for the L2s.
Yeah, it's good for the L2s, but sincerely speaking, certain what do you say?
Because why use an L2 when Ethereum can start? I mean, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, so the thing is, when you look at the gas fees, the gas fee on ETH, regardless of how reduced it is. I think the gas fee is still close to about say $1 or 0 point something dollar, compared to the L2 like Arbitrum or Pace, whereby you pay $0.00 or 0.00, yes, you pay less than a penny, for gas fees, so that's that. But on a grand scheme of things, even aside the gas fees, the interoperability for making transactions faster is one of those things that the upgrade also did, and also making each person's wallet interact like a smart contract. So if you update your wallet on MetaMask or any of your Ethereum wallet on Dexys or any of those sorry, I said Dexys, any of those like your Trust wallet, your you get what I mean, not your normal exchange. Your wallet begin to interact like a smart contract itself. So it makes it easier. It makes the UI UX experience also better. And from a technical standpoint, the interoperability of the nodes itself, it makes it, because look at it from this standpoint. Let's say they are about what's it called now? Let's say when you could stake, or for you to be able to validate on the Ethereum network, for instance, you need to stake at the very minimum 38 ETH. So what that means is that for every validator or for every node, 38 ETH is being staked. However, when you look at the number of people that owns a large sum, 38 ETH means there will be a lot of nodes. There will be a lot of validators. However, now that people can stake as much as 2,048, it means that the validator nodes will decrease by a significant amount, which means they will decrease by close to minus 8x, which means that if it will take about 100 people to validate before, now they don't need as much as that. Of course, we have more. But my point is, now, compared to the number of people that have to validate, to stake at 32 ETH, it will be reduced with 2,048 ETH, which means that the nodes will be able to, communicate with each other at a faster pace and at a more efficient, pace. So those are some of the things that even the institutions are putting in perspective. And remember, this thing they are doing is also a passive income compared to
yes, I think that's really that's yeah. But that might so when we sell Ethereum over BTC in the community.
Exactly.
So that's passive. I noticed the ETFs also began to apply for
staking for the ETFs.
Yes,
exactly. We're beginning to apply.
So that one will be the game changer.
So if you even look at that company I talked about, GameLink, if you check their portfolio, they put in there like the amount of ETH they own, and even the amount of ETH they are getting passively just by staking.
Wow.
So it puts in perspective for them. Unlike Solana, I think for Solana, sincerely speaking, I don't remember the amount of SOL that is required to validate. I think it's about 10 SOL, if I'm not mistaken, which means, of course, it's easier to do. But for ETH right now, for it to even validate, you need to stake as much as 2,048. However, there could be a pool. So let's say you own 500 ETH, I own 200 ETH or 500 ETH. Other people here, let's say Damlari owns 500 ETH, Richie owns 500 ETH. We can come together, make a pool, and all of us will add it together and just begin validating. You understand? So what that means is, compared to only me has my 500 ETH, I can just decide to stake 32 divided by 500. That will give me roughly about close to about 16 nodes. But now, even me with my 500, I'm not still enough. It's not still enough for me to say I want to validate or to be a validator. It means that compared to before, that only me with my 500 ETH, I'll have about 16 nodes. Now, with my 500 ETH, it's not even enough to get one node, which means I need to get a lot of people, say 4 people else with 500 plus ETH to form just one node. And it makes the the interactions with most of these nodes very easy and faster. So those are some of the things that the upgrade has basically done. So it's not surprising when you look at it from even on the charts. When you look at it from a percentage standpoint, I mean, it has gone from 1,004 to 3,008. That's roughly about 180% move. So it shouldn't be surprising if we're experiencing a certain decline, for a project as huge as that. Of course, people are expecting a move to say 4K plus and above, but I believe it's coming. It's just a matter of time and a matter of when. So yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Master, for these insights. No matter what happens, despite that we like to trade, we like to focus on charts, but getting a hand on these fundamental updates also helps align our expectations in the markets. Thank you very much, Master, for sharing.
So let me share one more thing, permit me, which is that I, recently partnered with a prop firm, a crypto-based prop firm anyway. And why am I saying this is because if you are a trader, it gives you the opportunity to scale up. And sincerely speaking, I've had guys that have benefited from such opportunities. Of course, it's difficult, but sincerely speaking, it's at the end of the day, it's worth it. And I will just share a simple story. A friend of mine, did. So the case is he had, say, 1,000 USD. And instead of, or rather than going into the market with the entire 1,000 USD and entirely risking everything, you have at least 10 shots of, buying a prop account that will give you about $10,000. Of course, you need to pass the challenge. And if you do, you get $10,000, to trade with, and I mean, in 10%, in fact, a 5% at the end of the day, if you pass the challenge and you have 10,000 USD to trade, a 5% profit alone in a month or in a week, is enough to even, it's more than, I mean, did I even say 5%? 5% is 500, 1% is 100. A 1% profit enough, is enough to even offset the amount you bought that for. Of course, I'm not saying $100 prop account is what anybody should buy, or get into, but at the very minimum, I think there's $2,000 account, 5,000, 25K, and you see certain people on this space that, they take certain trades and, you see them having huge returns or huge cash out, someone like Dax that everybody knows here on the space. Basically, that was how they started, and it gave them the opportunity to leverage. I mean, so my point is, if you have, say, 1,000, you can even split it in 10 places. And the funny thing is, for me, the way I see the challenge is it gives you the opportunity to stay disciplined because you follow the rules. And what is the rules? You don't have to lose more than a certain amount in a day or certain amount max on a particular account, which is 10%. So if you are giving, say, a $2,000 account for you to pass the challenge, a simulated challenge, you shouldn't have a drawdown more than, say, $200, And if you do that, you get the account, which means you get to use 2K to trade. So imagine you having buying that account for $20 or $30. You get to upscale, you get to leverage and get access to more capital. Of course, that is for profitable traders. But even if you are not profitable, you are looking to become profitable. It's an opportunity, and how will I phrase it now? A leverage for you to scale up. I met someone on this space that told me, Lady, use the platform, and in 3 months, in fact, this is what, I met him on the space yesterday, and he was like, oh, we heard about this, and this, but he has not even really checked time to look through it, and he was telling me that a lady he knows, did the challenge and, passed, and, and of course, as a trader, he said the lady has been trading with $500, $600, $700, but she got in, and in 3 months she made her first 21K USD. So it's not, what do you expect when you are trading you have access to larger capital, especially if you've been a profitable trader all along. So yeah, just want to share that that's an opportunity with the community as well. So it's an opportunity to leverage and upskill your skill if you're a trader. So anyway, and like I said, I mean, you get to, even depending on how financially buoyant you are, you get to upskill. And the beautiful thing is, I've seen guys, go from buying a 2K account to a 10K account to a 50K account to a 200,000 USD account. I know someone who's currently doing the challenge with 200,000 USD account. A 10% profit on that in 2 months is 20,000 USD. If you convert that to Naira, you know how much that is. And the funny thing is, it just makes you, of course, more disciplined, more patient, because at the end of the day, you know what you're aiming at to be a profitable trader. So yeah, I think I posted it on my pin post so people can check it out. So yeah, GM Uchenna, thank you very much.
Okay, that's very good to hear. I know there are a number of traders that come up and ask for prop firm and all that. But I would just have to refer them to you or to your profile so that they look at the option. I also check it out myself. Meanwhile, okay, so what's the sharing formula?
Sorry, my bad. I didn't speak about that. So the sharing formula is, I think for your first payout is going to be 80%. So let's say you make $100, you get to take $80. Then after your subsequent withdrawal, you get to that get to be increased over time. But for your first payout, it's going to be 80, and over time, of course, it could be increased. So if you make say 1,000 USD, you get to withdraw 800. They take 20, because that is also their commission or what they get for providing you that money. So if you are using a bigger account and you want to withdraw 10,000 USD, you get to take 8K, and they keep 2K for themselves as their own fee for providing you that leverage to scale up. So what's the payout frequency? So their payout frequency before was 14 days, but right now it has been reduced to 7 days. It's a very new. I think they started about a year ago, and sincerely speaking, it's been backed by an exchange anyway. So it's more like it's an exchange. But the exchange now have a branch. So that means there's a trade on their own exchange, right? So no, you don't even have to trade on their exchange. They have their app. So their app simulates. The app uses the exchange API. So it's like saying, for instance, buy prop firm. You understand? So the exchange they own a prop firm. So it's their prop firm, it's their branch. In fact, if you register on the exchange, you can use your login on that exchange to log in on the prop account. You understand? Okay. Or you can just log in on the prop account or create an account on the prop account, generally like that. So anybody interested, can just check through my profile. It's the link is on my page. You can just, I think they recently did a free phase for people to test it out, but it didn't last that long. I was fairly just getting up in that period and was trying to figure certain things out, but basically that's it. And yeah, the payout, like I said, it just started. So, case in point, the withdrawal used to be 14 days before, but they've reduced it to 7 days. And the amount you can withdraw, the max you can withdraw is 5,000 USD. So what that means is, let's say you've traded and you've made 20K USD. You can only withdraw 5K at a time. So it means that if you want to withdraw today, you will withdraw 5K 4 times. You understand? So if you want to withdraw your entire 20K, you only withdraw, instead of putting in the request for 20K at once, you have to request 5K 4 times, but you will get paid when due. You understand? So yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's not good. That's for sure. I think that's a good idea. Master, good to always have you on the site, on the market. Okay, let's move on. I want to encourage everyone to also step up. We all know the platform is an interactive one, not just one person talking over every other person. And I want to also encourage you to step up and request speaker and come up and share your ideas, what you're looking at, what you're watching in the market. So benefit from that as well. If questions, also feel free to come up and ask. Then let's also retweet and share the space so that those who are not here can also know that we are live. Okay. Thank you very much again, Master. Dami Larry, let us hear you.
GM Saujina, GM Master, thank you for the information you just shared. We so much appreciate it. So I want to inquire about Fatcoin. As a matter of fact, I'm really pained. So overnight, I tried to analyze my market on Fatcoin. Like I said the other time, I want to streamline my exposure to other coins. So I've been taking Fatcoin for about 2-3 weeks now. I've been studying the moves. So I tried the day for yesterday. I didn't even try to trade anything. So yesterday I set my buy limit at 1.3. So it triggered. But network was actually trading the space since last night even. My network is used. So luckily it triggered my entry and was running about some few profited. The network came up about the space that I thought be saying a called dump. So I was not sure of what Saturday was saying and all because the network was not even stable. So I had to close my trade in about $2 or $2 profit. So for me to look up and say that all the analysis I made has now played out on the charts. Like if I've been on these charts now, I know I must have made a decent amount of money. So now I don't want to FOMO in. I just want to look at Fatcoin for me, please, and see if I can still take anything or to just let it go and wait for weekend. Because now I've been doing, like I said the other time, for my trading discipline. So I've been doing like a day on and 2 days off. So I want to try that for about a week more, so as to see how that turns out. So I think that's what I have to say for now. So yeah.
So if I got you correctly, you're saying your focus pen you are focused on your trading is Fatcoin, right?
Yes, for about 3 weeks now.
And I am looking for an entry to buy or to sell, right?
Yes, I already took a buy entry. Like I set the entry yesterday since early yesterday, so I've been watching for it to get to the entry. So it triggered this midnight, even in right in my eyes. So, but I was not so sure of the market, the way the market was going. So I had to close in because I was feeling sleepy too. But waking up now, you don't move gone. Like imagine my entry was 1.3, and now we are around 1.3. Coming 133 bar. So I'm just looking at what is it going to be a buy or I just want a clear analysis on Fatcoin for the day or for the week. I don't mind waiting for that 2-3 days to catch a nice setup.
Well, if you were studying this particular like you said, I think you should have also caught this sell, this massive dump that has happened just now. So if your interest is only too long, maybe you miss a lot of might miss quite a lot of opportunities. So
I think there's nothing wrong. It's all chatting. As a matter of fact, it's just long and
Okay. So as a trader, you consider
when I say sales setup, I look for opportunities too. So I'm not trying to really.
Okay, that's fine. And for me, I think there'll be a bounce, yes. But in my opinion, I would rather you don't take it because it can also deceive you. Now, if you look at Fatcoin very well, can you listen to me? Damn, Larry, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Okay, I'm with you.
study Fatcoin, you find out that Fatcoin is actually bearish. It's actually more bearish than it is bullish. That is one thing you need to know. Yeah, so it's been trending on an ascending channel, which though it looks bullish, it's also actually bearish setup. So my take on this would be that Bitcoin could go out, would rise to around 1.46 and return to the downward side to take out this lower part of the channel. Yes, if it takes out this lower part of the channel, the next stop should be trending towards 1.008. That is what we do, and then 0.7. Fatcoin is actually bearish on the high time frame, not on the high time frame. So we are taking a lunch, you really want to be scalping rather than just trading.
I'll stop the market throughout 50. I see a nice setup, maybe 90 days.
I can't any.
So I'm not even trying to take any trade at the moment. Once I miss, because that's one of my trading discipline. Once I really see setup, I want to wait. My network will keep me. Am I audible now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, and out of that's funny. Yeah, okay, yes.
What I think you should be looking for now, I think you should be looking for, if you can plot your channels properly, do that and then track it. Look for another short entry. Wait for it to come. Or look on that short entry. Use the 4 hours or 3 hours as for confirmation. So once you see that setup, once you find that reversal, I expect it to. It also may not be my bad because right now it is at the edge of the trend line. It might break it today. It's possible, but I still expect one more push up. For me, I probably might see one more push up, maybe 1.46, 1.47 area, or 1.45 before that break. So whichever one happens, so you want to pay attention to what is going on. Let me see what the 4 hours looks like. So this one you want to pay attention to. Yeah, 1.46 is looking to me like that, isn't it? So you want to pay attention to that. Before you break, if you break it, it will be a very wonderful trick for you. Very, very wonderful trick for you. It has a big. I think I might also put this close to me. Maybe that's how I would take this opportunity. So if you catch this coming down, the first one has happened. I missed it. So I would like it if I'm able to catch this one. So for me, I'll be looking more for sale, more a sell opportunity than a buy opportunity. And you also see that BTC is not, in fact, not just BTC, the market doesn't look as strong.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Tauchida. Another thing is, I'm trying my position pricing. Like, there's some things I'm not about my position sizing. For example, if I'm to trade with $100 and by 5x leverage, is it better for me to take such trade or to go on 550 to take trade $50 then increase my leverage, which will be safe? Like, I'm particular about my account. Since the last level analysis I gave me, I've been struggling. So I was able to fund some amount now. So I've been taking my time. I won't like, since I've been trading Fatcoin, not necessarily Fatcoin, but because I've been focused on it. I don't even take trades all the time. Sometimes I'll watch and I take my analysis from daily and 4 hours time frame. Then when I get my buyers, I'll come down to 15 minutes or 5 minutes to take a shot. And really, it has been working for me for the past couple of days. So when I don't see a clear setup, I don't take it. But my problem now is I'm trying to to protect my capital at the same time, to make some decent amount of profit. Even if I'm going to be trading twice or once in a week, I don't even mind. I don't want to be compounding.
Yeah, your initiative is fine. I think it's okay. One thing is this: discipline in this space is a lot. And what I mean by a lot is there are just a lot of things that you need to continue to build on, just if you want to be, if you want to last as a trader. Now, what you're doing is fine. Focusing your attention and understanding totally one thing, it's cool, it's okay. But also don't forget this fact that the pen you chose is a main token, meaning it can be very, very volatile. For me, I kind of like that. For me, I kind of like it because if I'm able to study and understand the chart properly and get a good entry in a day, in fact, if you trade like once a day, you will get a decent move compared to those that don't have as much volatility.
Talking for bad days, you just even with different price frame. You're not greedy, just pick one or two moves. No, I don't have anything against your idea. It's fine. I'm just saying that don't forget that it's still a good tool. Don't forget that fact. Since that's truthful. Don't forget the fact that it is still a meme token can be far. Sometimes they can even be more volatile than you might be willing to tolerate. That's also something I want to just always keep at the back of your mind. But then, how do you approach it? Now you see, you don't want to be overexposing yourself in the market. Any amount that is on your account, you want to be. Let's say you have, if I have $100 accounts, I wouldn't be I wouldn't be going into any trade with more than 15 USD. I mean, 10 USD at most 15 USD. And the most leverage I would use is 10x. I mean, there's no reason you should say, okay, you want to use, even if you want to use 5x, there's no reason you should put all of the $100 in one trade. It doesn't make any sense. It's too risky. So you want to be using the least amount, and like you said, you grow consistently, gradually and consistently, and then you can still build. Even if you see, you can do a 10x trade. For instance, if you take a trade with 10x and you catch a decent move, for instance, the dump that Fatcoin just did, if you were able to catch it close to the top and you rode it with 10 USD at 10x, you would have also most likely made up to 10 or 15 USD on that trade. That's a fact. Now, if you do that 10 times, you will double the account. You're able to do that 10 times consistently. Even if you have one or two drawdowns, you double the account. So let's also not forget the power of leverage, that you are able to do more with less. Don't overexpose yourself. Liquidity is key. It's part of this business. If you don't have, if you are short on liquidity, you are no longer in this business. In fact, you can't even join this space because it will look like what's the point? Even if after the analysis of going to do the analysis, nothing. So for someone like you, you're trying to rebuild your confidence in the market. You're also trying to rebuild your you're trying to rebuild your capital. So you want to expose yourself the least. You want to have very, very little exposure to the market, and so that you don't just go in heavy. And unless you're buying spots, you don't need to go in heavy and get your accounts faults. So that's how you want to approach. Don't overexpose your account. Do you understand that? And that's not expose your account. I sincerely appreciate your and also don't trade without stop loss. Don't trade without stop loss. So there's no reason you should get love letters or anything if you use this stop loss. The worst that will happen is you sacrifice some amount to the market. But that doesn't mean, you understand, that doesn't mean you have to get letters from the exchange. You know? So please don't trade without stop loss. It's better than losing your entire fund. And don't use isolated margin. Use isolated, don't use cross. Because cross also is another way to expose your entire your funds to the market. That this should set these things up and make sure there are exchanges that give you cross by default. Let's say you selected a new pair that you've not traded before on that exchange. When you select it, some of them put you on cross by default. So you have to also learn to change that setting so that your accounts can be safe. That's the important thing. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tauchina. Have a wonderful day ahead. I'll still be hanging around too. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Sure.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, GM, everybody. And I hope you guys are having a good trading day in the market. Okay, I'll be out of speaker briefly. I'll be back shortly. Just kindly excuse me briefly. I'll join you back again.
Uchenna. Uchenna, are you sleeping?
No. I thought he said he
Huh?
took an excuse. I said, Tommy, he took an excuse.
You want to do something? Okay. Okay, because I know the earpiece, but I can't say whether I don't sleep.
No. Something. We have already talked already, don't give analysis. So I think cryptocurrency just came up. So I don't know if you have anything to say.
Okay, cryptocurrency, maybe by now he has not recharging his battery. Cryptocurrency, when he come, he will first of all on his laptop or his PC, charge it, do his analysis, taking his time before he start, because when he starts, before he stop, it's around 6 hours. So guys, how far what happened? Yeah, guys. Sorry, the other one was interrupted by X. So I don't know why they ended the space. So right now, Bitcoin is sitting at the levels of 115435. What is your thoughts in the markets? Bitcoin is moving faster than ETH. What's going on? You longing, are you shorting? Please. Oh God. Bitcoin dominance is USDT dominance is still looking very bullish. At the moment, USDT is looking outstandingly bullish on the 4 hours. And if this spike that want to happen on USDT dominance on 4 hours, if it happens, that means Bitcoin will be going to 114. Probably to go and cover the CME gap. Probably to cover the CME gap around that 114. I'm seeing that USDT dominance is trying to spike on the 4 hours. If you go to 4 hours on USDT dominance, you can see that there is a big fight going on right there. USDT dominance is trying to pump. If this 4 hours pump happens, the Bitcoin will be heading to 114. But there's a big situation right there. There's a heavy resistance at that level. So for now, all I can say is that at USDT dominance, if today survives, if today ends with if we remain this bullish today, I'm talking about USDT dominance, not on the Bitcoin, on USDT dominance. If we remain this bullish today or throughout today, I guess by tomorrow is Saturday, right? Tomorrow should be weekend. Comes tomorrow, we'll go on consolidation. We'll be going on consolidation, little pump and consolidation on the daily. We might go to consolidation on Saturday, Sunday, probably Monday. Probably Monday, I'm supposed to be seeing a market move up. Bitcoin going up a bit again. Bitcoin might go up as far as 120 again. 120 to up, if not up to 122. I don't know how far it's going to go. But that pump that's going to come very soon. I don't know if that pump is going to come because I know how market makers think. They might probably want to use this pump to fake in people again. Probably they might use this pump to make people feel like we are back again to the bullish momentum. Please, people know that I always inform people early what happens in the market. But despite that, most people sometimes misinterpret me. I always inform early what I'm gonna see very soon. Another pump will come, and this pump coming is temporary pump. But I'm thinking that they might do it They might do consolidation on the day of USD dominance for some days to enter August. They might then play a trick on people in the month of August by pumping the markets. Because I remember August last year, beginning pumped. Everybody forgot. We forgot ourselves, going to the markets, and we had that bad dump that took us to 48,000. I think I need to do some back tests right now. I need to check August last year. Let me know the dates of that dump. Because I know that they're gonna play the same game again. Crypto is all about repetition. They repeat the same thing over and over again to know those that are smart, that will catch the movements. But if you're not smart, you will think that we're going to the moon forever. But if you're smart and keep record, you understand that whatever happens in the market happens for a reason. And we have probably been seeing this over and over again. And if you can read your chart very well and keep records, you understand that these things are not new. They have been there before. So let me go to August 2024. August 2024. Yes. On this day, we dumped to 48,900. That was the 5th of August. Okay, this happened on the first week of August. Bonafide, you're having a network problem. Let me give you mic. I hope this is your iPhone. This is your fake iPhone you bought. So last year happened on the 5th of August. So we need to be careful. We have to be careful. I don't want us to lose focus in the markets. I don't want us to be too bullish, too bearish. But just know that August is a bearish month, right? But don't be too bearish, don't be too bullish. I want us to catch these people the same way we are following them since this pump. But always remember that it's good to get an early entry. Early entry is important. When you go an early entry, it's not easy. You will feel so many doubts in your mind. You will feel very bad. Sometimes it will look as if you are losing it all. But when you remain consistent with your charts and keep coming here every day, we'll always be able to interpret what the market makers are trying to do. If you go about looking at what influencers are posting, for real, you will be distracted. I am still surprised when I see people posting. Do you know that I saw some of Nigeria and some other influencers in the world posting about this bullish momentum? I'm asking myself whether these guys are they aware that today is even 27, 25, that we have only 6 days to end this month. I ask myself, these people, did they even know? Did they even pity? Did they tell us, especially newbies? Because newbies will be confused, buying into their news, thinking that we are going to the moon. One of them will say 250,000, 280,000, 150,000. I said to myself, did these people even know that August is coming? Did they even know that this is the end of the month? That July is two-phase, pump and a dump. Now, this one that just happened is just a test, it's just a wake-up call for most people that does not actually understand most of the analysis I give to these people, especially this group. July is a pump and a dump. It's a two-phase thing. You don't be too bullish, don't be too bearish. When they catch you, they will take you off guard. The day we will touch 110, it will be like a movie. It will be like most people are waking up now to see this dump. That is the same way some people will wake up again and see us in 110. I keep reminding you people, in case of those of you that doesn't keep record, that at this time last year, they were romancing us. We were FOMOing. People were coming in. You can see what happened. First week of August, on the 5th of August, everybody was looking at the pump. That is, and I think they might do it. They might do it from tomorrow or on 27th. They might do a little pump again. People will forget themselves. I said first week of August, these guys dumped the market to 48,009. So when you forget yourself with especially what they are posting up and down, market Bitcoin moving to Donald Trump buying, this one is buying, you will be among those ones that will lose your money in this market. So Bitcoin dominance right now is also dumping with Bitcoin. The same way it's been pumping with Bitcoin. If you go to the daily, it's forming an evening star on the day for Bitcoin dominance. But this evening star, I guess it might not hold because this is a discount level. It might form and not it might form but might not play out. It might form successfully but might not play out because this is a discount level. So on the USDT dominance is at a level, like I'm telling people, where I'm expecting it to retrace back again for the market to pump. If USDT dominance does not retrace today, tomorrow is Saturday. These days now, we know that Saturday is always dump and Sunday will pump. So if it does not dump today, definitely we might go into consolidation by tomorrow. They might even do consolidation also on Sunday. They might not pump very well on Sunday. They might just do consolidation on USDT dominance. Pump, dump, consolidate, then I enter Monday. They might start dumping USDT dominance by Monday, if possible. But I'm still putting on an eye right here. So I'm just thinking of what that this we're going to do, because right now everybody's expecting 114 to cover the CME gap right there before the end of this, because this is the last 4 hours of Asia section. They might probably do it, or New York might come up and do it. UK will just do accumulation. UK session might just do accumulation, and New York might take us to that place. Because most times when the market goes on the original correction, whether you are UK, whether you are New York, you will follow what Asia do. When original dump comes in the market, when we are going in original correction, every section will do the same thing, but not at the same level of speed. The way Asia dumped very fast, UK might come now and dump a little. They might take us to maybe probably around 114, Roma us back to 115, then New York comes, take us up a bit, before they close, they take us back down. Then tomorrow, Asia continues their sale. That is whenever original dump is coming, every section must surely partake of it. The same way we do during pump. Every section must pump. No matter how small, you must pump. So that's the same way it used to happen. Whenever we go into original dump. But I believe that original dump will come in the month of August. Not this month. This month will just a little dump we're seeing. It's August. I'm expecting, because by that August, this USD dominance daily might complete forming, might complete what is forming, and the same thing with the weekly. The same thing with weekly, because weekly is trying to bounce from here, but I'm expecting little resistance. But my only worry is I'm only worried about the monthly time frame. But let's be watchful, though. I'm worried about the monthly time frame. I hope the monthly time frame will not carry us to where we don't know. If actually they want to form a money star here, we will expect more dump on Bitcoin, including Ethereum. No matter how Ethereum is struggling to say no, Ethereum don't have option. Very soon they will join. But let's still see what is going on. I'm more concerned about. I want to see this daily complete what is forming first. Let this daily form first before I will conclude my analysis. Meanwhile, if you have opportunity to be active, to be scalping up and down right now, market will be pumping and dumping from now till the end of this month. If you have opportunity to be on your system, to be watching your charts, you can scalp up and scalp down. You can scalp up and scalp down. That is what we'll be having from now until, because once you enter consolidation on the daily, if you enter consolidation on the daily, market will be going up and down. We'll do the consolidation probably. I don't know how many days they're going to do it to complete what they are forming right there before the market will start. Original dump will come to the market. All right, GM guys, let's crypto chemistry. I saw you before. Bonafide, see you. Uchenna, I see you. And the turn. Sorry guys, the other space was, I don't know what happened. I don't know how they take me out of the space. So, GM, every one of you. Bonafide, I know you wake up to see this one. Did you like sleep now?
Good morning. Nah, that's my expectation of it is playing out. It's playing out. So I'm still where I want it to come down to where I wanted it to come to 180, and it's playing out. It's a good thing. GM, crypto chemistry, GM, my brother Uchenna. Finally, my brother has followed me. It's a beautiful morning once again. We are out here. City, NG Wall Street trading. GM Mary Sham, GM Grace, GM Bitcoin, GM GML, GM Anthony, GM Neo, GM Bunto, GM Sulu, GM Maro, GM Boje, GM Malo, Emeka Toby, Emeka M2, Jamie 2, Jascal, Casey Fridge, Ro Miracle, Mr. Bright, Barry White, and Anything G, Mr. Tag, Azu. All right, everybody, the speakers and listeners section, it's a wonderful morning. Wake up. Let me wake you people up a little. All right, everybody should wake up. All right. As our boss have analyzed,
it's a wonderful word. You are coming here to tell me GM. It doesn't do your giveaway from TLB. Go to TV, go to giveaway, but I only give me GM. A GM at Ocho.
How many ways you know?
What is one that? Just tell me what is one that now. You don't tell do your giveaway freely. They share your turn, they share your sweet, they share your whether they share money everywhere. Why can't they tell me wonderful? What is wonderful?
Now like that, why I go ask? Now like that, why I go ask questions about all the followers who will give the answer. Ask question about their followers who give the answer. Why are you? That means they don't know their idols. The one that knows now, I give my money to people that deserve it. Now you will not deserve it. You don't know you're fully influencer. You know, things say you know be influencer. You don't know so you don't become influencer. Now you won't call collect money.
Bonafide, what did you ask?
My wallet now. I don't know to the top.
Bonafide, what was your question you asked them?
I asked them how
they do many giveaways. They don't since this week. Bonafide don't say do
Many men just I don't see send wallet.
Bonafide, now wait. Bonafide, if they share people money, now you know fish. Now you know share.
No,
Okay, but what was the question he asked them? What was the question he asked? What question he asked them?
How well do you know your? Ask them how well do you know your idolos? Then I put the idolo profile pics, and they should mention the name of their idolo and the strategy that they are trading, and the most pay they love to trade most. Some of them don't know. They don't know the strategy that their influencers are trading. They don't know the pay their traders trade most. Because those ones I put there, they trade either one or two trading instruments most. So the people that tried out, I also compensated them for the trial that they tried. Then the other one of it was Messi. Messi, I signed deal with Messi. They said I should make a post for them, and that post, then people that comment on it, the people that drop their listing, they will give them 1 ton. So they will pick one person and give 1 ton. So it's Messi that gives that.
As in $10 they want to give to somebody. People I said the Messi no get shame. 1 ton no be $3. People I say for this space. People I say for this space, so don't get shame for this space. As in, so is that the kind of so if say if, so if say I agree sign rubbish with so if say I agree sign that rubbish with Messi, so now the kind of thing what they for tell me to do. Now I post make they give person 1 ton. Thank God I know they take rubbish.
Me not be 1 ton when they give me now. They give me something else now.
What is they know them they don't have. See, those guys, those niggas are seen Africans as but I thank God for my standard. I kept my. I told them they beg. I told them $5,000. I kept my standard high. You see, I cannot be. Thank God I'm not living in Nigeria. So all those they are see finish when they see Africa, they know if you come near me. I told all the exchanges if you must come close to me $5,000. How can probably now they might give you 3 or 5 ton. That is not up to $100. These people don't have respect. They don't have respect. Well, my brother continue on a low standard, one of the go. They will meet. See, let me tell you something. They will meet an American people. They will meet an American influencer. They will influencers and the Europeans. They will pay them thousands of dollars. When they reach Nigeria, they go see like say hunger. Now Nigeria be headquarters of hunger. Like imagine one ton. Even 1 ton was $7, it's an insult. Come be now, we say ton at $3. They want to give somebody that answer question about Messi. They'll give 1 ton. How many for fund? Check how many funding rates where this guy they charge people. Not other trading charges. My brother, it's okay for now, but I know that my standard I keep it high. I can never fault all this insult that insulting Nigerians. If you must come to me $5,000. They are over 9 on my. I tell them $5,000 if you pay, I have a deal with you. They don't do that nonsense. They insult Nigerians. They say Americans. They go prostrate to them. You reach Africa, they see Nigerians. Like say now here hunger day pass $3. What is $3? What nonsense is that? $3 that cannot even buy most food in any part of the world. Now small food in fact normal food now for abroad now $5, $10, $3. Now they share Africans. Then well, none of they do that nonsense. Thank God I don't see that post.
Boss, you know say that $3 there are some people that are important. So I did post those people that 1 ton was not too. I was very specific. If 1 ton is not too small for interact with people. So it's people that they don't was important to them. Not because like you know say somebody will not still be in hunger and die in hunger. There are people that $3 can do food on their term, or they can use it and buy that. So for those people that can do that, the other giveaway that I do, I was personally, it was the one that
my brother, I know say they can buy data with it, but however, it is good we raise our standard. It is good we stop taking some rubbish. See, if we should stop, we are into cryptocurrency in every part of the world. It is crypto. It is crypto. It should not reach Africans and Nigerians, and we will bring standard down as if it's not crypto anymore. When it comes to cryptocurrency, we deal on USDT, and it cannot get to us. We start checking it or bringing the value, bringing it down to our local currency. Some people will say, $3 should be about 1,000 or 2,000. You can buy data. No, we are not trading with Naira here. It is USDT, every part of the world. So whatever deal, whatever anyone is doing, we should always consider that we are doing something that in the global world, it is the same thing. Trading is trading in every part of the world. Cryptocurrency is cryptocurrency. And we are talking about USDT. So when it comes to us, let us forget bringing it to Naira valuation. At the end of the day, we will now feel like, don't mind him, probably because he's living overseas. That's why he's thinking that, don't know that there's hunger here. That money I can change it to be 10,000. You see, it's an insult. It's an insult. That is why all of them, when I give them my bid, they run away. They will go to all these other guys that are living in Africa. He can't do that shit with me. He can't see me as a Nigerian, and you come and bring dirty deal to me. So that makes it ask me, can I bring down my price down? Maybe they're expecting to tell them $2,000. I say $5,000. If you don't want to pay, get out. I tell them many of them came and say $5,000. I cannot do giveaway to any member here as a community. I want to do giveaway. I cannot give them less than $20. If I want to share their money, I will, at least everybody, the lowest person that is not active should get $20. People like you, people should get about $50, $100 from me if I should sign a deal with anyone. Imagine I sign a deal, I'm giving you, I tell, but if I send the wallet, I give you $3. I give you 1 ton. I give you 10, I give you 2 ton or 3 ton. Well, this way, bro.
All right.
But if I send my 1 ton, send my 1 ton. That's my send my 1 ton. So you know why me.
Now we can
If I send my 1 ton,
I don't see your comment. I don't see it.
you don't tell them you don't say my comment there. My comment was scatter ground for that place. I want to look into it. I was scatter like I say we can leave you maybe or give you a piece. I said we can leave you. Look at you and give me a piece. They want to let you.
I don't go to
Okay, don't go to sleep. Okay, don't worry. Go post on that one. Say you go to school. Don't worry. You don't content yourself now. Don't worry. Just go to another one. Like this is it. I think you don't say you don't get excited.
The one I want to give people data. I want to give people data and say, how well do you know your influencer? I go do them again today. Like I said, I won't find something about it. I will find something about it people don't know about it. So, and follow. I won't find something either. And GM, let me go to the chat. I'm very happy about what I'm seeing in the market. See, there's one thing I was saying since last week.
The market is obeying. It's obeying. No, that madness not come up on the market. It's behaving well.
I think it's obeying. See,
What's happening?
You see this market, experience matter. To the moon, and they're shouting to the moon. When this range was here, I was there in this chat, I was there in this space analyzing. I said that personally, I'm expecting BTC to fall down at least 114, 113, 112. So the breakout of 111, 112, according to market structure, let alone full. See, at this my age like this, market maker no is. See, like market did not retest that zone. That zone where it break out from was too strong. It was a very historical zone. A very long historical record. So, you know, I'm thinking time. Taking a month. Do you know how many times they tested that top and rejected? If you know how many times trade
I guess Bonafide is wrong.
tested that top. It was not even only that growth. From 108 to 112. Market tested that historical trend line or historical resistance. Is the resistance zone. When it get
Bonafide, go and buy Starlink.
Am I wrong before?
Before why not go wrong?
I should not be wrong, you know. Am I audible?
Do you have Starlink? Why won't you rock? I'm hearing you, but you are on and off.
Hello?
You are on and off. You are on and off.
How far you don't return that your iPhone?
No, you never return them, but you go soon return them. Better return that iPhone. Use them collect return the iPhone. Use them collect Starlink. Oh. Yes, now better you get good network than to go use iPhone.
I don't have switch to it.
Okay, I can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
It's not a bad phone. It's poor. When I'm at home, it's to be better. So before I'll be using MTN.
It's even better you go back to that your phone.
But when I'm
that your phone, so that will be better. You don't return the iPhone.
Toby, when I
you go wrong there.
It's a profit.
You go wrong there.
And they tell and say, you know, go come. Actually, I'll be your senior brother for this trading industry. Hey, Shasai.
No problem, sir. No problem, sir. No problem, sir. You go wrong there.
You know, I'll come to you. See, that will give you new format. I will give you new format. This format, so carry and go play. When it format go, you know, say me, I don't know how to play. I'm just a very straightforward, pointed man. So, not to carry go play girls, not be to come carry play your brother now. No be me give you strategy.
You don't pursue the babes on this platform now. Now why you don't come? When I don't back and do your DM, I don't know.
Let them get behind me, I do something first. Get behind me first. So, as I was saying, if you check from the month of December, market get to that zone. At the month, market get to that zone as low as 91. At the month of May, market get there. 100. Then the month of I was using weekly. I'm supposed to be using monthly. Let me go to month. Sorry, so that I get it right. So at the month of May, yes, right. Price get. You guys will not confuse. Price gets to that 8, 12, 11 and rejected back. It is the current month that breakouts that to as high as 123. When I'm analyzing, I don't analyze market with sentiment. I analyze market with possible experience. I tell you what possible outlook, what I feel. So now, when market breakout, I look at, please, when I use the word market, you guys should understand what I mean by market price. Local people should not ask whether it's that area market. So price have been for the past over 7 days between 117 to the height of 120. And when I look at it, I plot a trend line and look at that resistance breakout. Price did not respect it. That price is likely to come back to. I said it. Price is likely to come and now from today. This thing might sound so different to others. Am I audible?
Go ahead. Go ahead, the bonafide.
Okay. I wanted to know whether I'm audible. Okay, so this might sound so different to others. It might be better what you are hearing from the timeline. But then I speak my own the way it's supposed to be. If price fell down to 112, 118, 114, that is where the basic 112, that's where the basic resistance is. Price gets there and fell and give a golden candle, possibly did. That means we are going out. Mind you, there is another thing I want to point out now. If price gets here to 112, instead of price holding at that point, price dipped down to 108. Mind you that 100 is inevitable. We'll go back to 100. The reason for my monthly have not closed yet. If monthly candle rejected from there and come back and 108, if they coming back, we are back to the bearish range. And possibility of price going back 9 and 98 is high. That means the height of what the market, the top liquidity out in monthly and come inside back the bearish range. That means we are back to bearish market. Sentiment aside. So unless and if we are speaking now in the mouth, if this monthly candle between these files that we are talking reject down, which is very possible, and come inside 108, 109, possibility of price going back to 100 is high. Unless only if price hold at 112 and give a golden candle or any bullish pattern or any bullish pattern of 102 or 113. That is when we are still the uptrend still moved. That is my clear outlook in the market. But then, extensively too, there's something I've been waiting on Solana for many days now. Patiently waiting on Solana for many days now. So BTC, solidly waiting to get it to know what is happening. Solana, sorry, I'm navigating my charts. And good. Solana is playing out. So previous day, I told you guys I'm not selling Solana top high resistance when I was selling that. Even if it's a bearish pattern, no, I'm not selling. But I'm waiting for Solana to come and retest 1667. So I'm still patiently waiting for Solana. And Solana have sell back inside the channel, the bullish channel that he has been using to go up. He has had the channel, but after breaking out the channel, the price was not. This is what we call fake out. Price was not able to hold above 108. So when price retraced back from up, when price get to 200, retraced back to 187. Price supposed to go back up again. It gets some engulfing candle in 4 hours. Fake out for people to get in. I didn't know that, but the channel that it take and come out was very clear. Once upon a time, I posted.
From what price? From what price did you put your channel on Solana? That took Solana up.
Okay, let me check my timeline. Okay. There was I posted on this space. Let me check my timeline.
Are you not in your laptop? Are you not in your laptop?
I retweet it to the jumbo.
Leave your retweet. Answer my question. Go to your laptop. Are you not on your laptop? Which one should retweet what?
Okay. So the channel start. The trend line channel started plotted from, if you go on 4 hours, on 120, the first touch was on 126.5. That is inward trend.
126.
Inward trend. The first touch, the first inward channels, one. The second touch was at 1.
So your first, that means you started from June to June 22nd. It's okay. You are okay. You are good.
So the second touch was 148.8. Now
you are right. You are right. No, you are right. You are right. As long as you started from that June, you are right.
Was touch was at 15. So
158.
Tell me what is that? June what?
The dump, that dump ended on June 22nd. Then the pump started on June. So any of this movement.
Okay.
So
that channel is still valid.
Yeah, very valid. Very valid.
But the internal one, the one I even ran first, that has been taken out broken right now, is the one that took it to this high of 205. That is the one that took it from 160. I have one there on lower time frame. That's
okay.
For 160, there's one that one that broke. So it is trending now towards
if you
the major trend line, the main one.
If you go to daily, if you plot your trend line from daily, that last dump that we had on 22nd of June, then the pump started on 23rd of June. From there, on Solana has not broken its trend line, but only Bitcoin just broke this one.
I'm not giving you what
I understand you. I got you.
The main trend line now, which is the one you're talking about, the one that began from 22nd of June, is
very
valid. My own view. So it's trending towards that point right now.
It's still very.
167. So if it's able to regain strength at this point, beautiful. If you look for the liquidity sweep move, let's say at somewhere below, I think that 168 is it. So please go ahead, my brother.
This your brother that doesn't have network. The brother has robbed.
The brother has a problem now. That's the problem we are having with him.
Your brother collected phone without network. That's the problem. And if I use that, if I gather that money we use, they do turn giveaway, use and go buy Starlink. But just say the Starlink money they expensive share. If I tell buy Bit, I've been a next to buy you Starlink. Maybe that one may not say now what they do feed you for you 600,000, no cost now. Than to 600,000 no even reach $1,000. So than to give you $100, say the affiliate. At least maybe they get good network. Used to the market for them. and we respect for Africans. Very, very insulting people. When they say Africa, they insult us like say we come from the bush.
Just that some of all these guys that partner with them should also learn it.
I don't know if it is desperation or hunger. I see it as hunger or desperation. I don't know why our people are so cheap. Our people are so cheap. Like a who exchange guy. A who exchange.
No, but you see, that I think one of the things I think that should have happened is that if this is just one person they want to give, the gift should have been
at least even if it's $50. Which one is 1 ton?
Let's say 3 people, $10. It's even more decent.
Why would it be $10? Because in Nigeria, why would it be $10?
I don't know. It's a random thing now. I mean, $10.
A whole exchange want to do giveaway now 1 ton.
There's something I'm drawing on this solar line. I don't know if Bonafide will come up. It's also possible that 168 might just be a week that would charge to that level. Because take it. So if you also look at it on the day, you might see something you can actually be able to pick out the funny shapes inverted and shoulder. So, and if this one is going to form a similar thing, so I think we might be looking at the deep, like the lowest point for Solana is for now. Maybe this week, this might just be the lowest point. So if 168 is going to be tapped, maybe it might just be maybe a liquidity move, then return back into this trend line. Because if this price has to start getting to 168, to break this, that means to break this trend line before it goes.
There's something I'm watching on this Pengu. You know, this Pengu dump where you know Pengu is dumping slowly, but most people don't know yet. Most people don't.
Let me see. I'm not going to do that.
You know, I drew a trend line on. I drew a trend line. I did a trend line on Pengu, but that's what I did. I did one funny trend line on Pengu. I go to 15 minutes to do that trend line. I do as in I just go put them from that day of the pump on the lower time frame on that June. So I go catch that pump of 0.444. That pump what you do. I say I want to observe this Pengu, whether this Pengu actually want to continue pumping all throughout this period. You know, Pengu broke that trend line, retest it, continue dumping, and since that time Pengu has been dumping. He pumps more, fakes people out. People think Pengu is pumping again. Pengu is dumping. Since that time, Pengu keep going down slowly.
What needs to happen now is this: once this dump report on the week, this is the place where at least where prices right now is where you want to be careful if you are selling, because this is the support point at 3.6.
Do you see that thing I told you about Bitcoin weekly? You know, I told you that you know that before. You don't know that Bitcoin have already reported dump on the weekly. You see that thing I told you on the weekly of Bitcoin. You see, is that I told you about Morningstar. Is going to indirectly form that Morningstar. Indirectly, nobody will be aware. Most people will not be might not feel that something is going on. And, yes, and Bitcoin will slowly be forming something on the weekly until we now catch Sunday. Then when Sunday don't close, then people will say, see what Bitcoin do on the weekly. It just slowly.
You just use that and put BTC 15 minutes for your laptop. You cannot see it, as in you will see red candle on. You see this red candle not past 200.
I know.
Well, I just say 15 minutes over. See, I just say boom.
No, 15 minutes don't start now. 15 minutes, they support level, sir. They support level at
that's at the top of that fair value gap. That's the thing. You understand? You just go on top of that fair value gap. So you're just looking for because now.
It be like say I don't clean that this thing where me and you use that day where Bitcoin was dumping to one where we were expecting 1 something. Unless I don't clean that line. You want to trade on where I draw there. I don't clean them. Now that place, you know, that day we were shorting Bitcoin and wanted to long, and the Bitcoin dribbled us that day. I later pumped.
Yeah.
That fair value gap and the CME gap, that area. You know, Bitcoin is still trying to. He want to go there, but he's just playing around.
No. It's not like he wants it. We will go. He has no choice.
No.
The fact that he has taken that support that the holding it.
Yeah.
If you look at the nucleus, you can now see that at least the reaction point, the first reaction point will be 12,800. That's the where it will react. 12,800. You understand? And then we'll not see it next
But
week.
are you on your weekly?
I'm on weekly.
If you go to weekly, if you're on weekly, where did you see the place? If this weekly actually, if you want to have a weekly reaction, will be on that candle, that special candle that pumped, that spiked Bitcoin. You see that candle that spiked Bitcoin? That's more candle, that special candle there in the middle of those two big candles.
Okay.
That is the first official candle that Bitcoin. Yes, correct. You get it. That is the first.
That is also the point where it will react to the trend line that is holding it up. The trend line from 74. That is also the same point where it will react to that trend line. Meaning this bullish candle of 7th July will be completely sold. That is that. So you see, that's complete. I agree with you. So the support now, you don't see that this candle now is going to do the same duty that also this one on the daily, the one on 12th July, that's bearish candle. That's same duty. That's what.
But what if Bitcoin do magic today, or before Sunday? What if before Sunday Bitcoin can do 110? You go shock on now.
Before Sunday. No, the way this thing is postured, I would go shock me, but I will expect this week to still do its own, and next week it will finish the job. I expect this job to be finished next week, not this week. If just one candle come to up, bro, that means fire on the.
Do you know that this weekly candle, this candle that is dumping Bitcoin on the weekly, is a very bad candle.
I get that. I get
Anytime a dump is coming after a pump and is dropping from up, that drop used to be very bad.
This weekly candle might be stronger than it looks already.
I am telling you, it might even engulf this big candle we are seeing, this green candle we are seeing. It might just run it down.
It's possible the next pump we see in this market might be over on Sunday. It's possible the next daily bullish pump we see again might not be only that Sunday reaction that has always been.
Which might probably come and happen around that 110 at the top of that special candle that pumped Bitcoin.
At the top, yeah. No, it's very, very possible. Very, very, very possible. I see it right now.
That weekly candle is looking so bad. It's a very bad. It's a very bad candle. When you want to dump.
If you want to understand, someone that wants to understand this too can also just use Solana will show it to you better. Because once dump they happen from top, you are correct. It's usually not in the head. It's usually there at least because it will gain ground. So that's why this Ethereum that seems to be holding up now. I don't see anything. I don't see it.
Well, that one I show you they do. When they don't touch, when hand don't touch them.
Let me bounced from here. You know, this yesterday's bounce. It bounced from this same point, trend line yesterday. This yesterday's bounce, and I said it is not bullish, it is bearish. It's just a fake bounce. It's like a bearish candle. So, and at the moment on the daily, it has sold this candle practically. So, meaning that before the end of the day, it will break this trend line. It will have broken this trend line and continue downwards. So, we should be expecting Ethereum at 3332 in the coming days.
Now, Ethereum is the one giving all this meme coin, giving them the mind to be pumping. Why Bitcoin is dumping? They get mind, still they show greed.
No. The only bad news for them is that BTC is not willing to react. You know, if it had yesterday or before now, it's not that it's not reacting. So, but that means what because there are police that BTC is not willing to react.
BTC don't break that. BTC don't break that 117 that I've been giving it moral now. I don't break them now.
Exactly.
And that 117 now has turned to resistance. From what to resistance?
Exactly. So what is that going to happen now? So long as BTC head position the way it is positioned, bro, forget them. It will gradually begin to enter this fair value gap. Gradually to be entering and reacting because of the orders inside this fair value gap. Now, once that starts to happen, just wait till midday. You will start, that's when you see an aggressive down. Everybody will just start to be wrong. They go down. Obviously, they will be racing to the downside. That's what you're going to see. So just calm down. Like what you said, I am going to see it. For at least if you use 4 hours, you can say 1112 is is on the horizon already. So let's see how it goes. 1110, I think 1112 for me, from what I can see, and considering the trend line as well, is what is most is what I want to hold on to for now. Then let's see how bad it gets. If it gets bad.
Let's see how. When I was seeing this altcoin season forming this head and shoulder, that was when I know that say altcoin go still collect you. Altcoin still get mind. It remains small, let them wait. Let this one complete for what is forming and start selling. When they sell, so start selling on altcoin season. Now Bitcoin season will they go back to now? We're going back to 25% Bitcoin season.
Yeah, because once BTC takes this level, bro, forget it, bro. Altcoin is lost.
Altcoin is gone. Altcoin.
That's also once we start entering it now. Altcoins will not be happy. Not be like them.
Chemistry, go ahead. You had this up.
Yes, Jam. Sauchi na Bonafide. When you finish, I cite you. Come up so that can as well assist us. I don't know why you always go off and close open. All right, thank you very much. Satovi, I guess you are better today than 2 years today.
I never better. If I take medicine, nothing will start again. that medicine, I don't know what in the for that medicine. You know. Once I take nothing will come to my brain. It will come scatter my brain because until I sleep, I don't figure myself.
Yeah. You want it to rest. Okay, I know, Allah. At least you need to be using the drug so that to be better. Sauchi, a quick one. I don't know. Can we quickly go to Volcel that I said I trade, which I call out position yesterday? I don't know, maybe you track it. For me, network was giving me whole lot of problem yesterday night while I was trying to connect. Even this morning, Jesse also have sent me a message, sent me a DM, and I responded early this morning, even while I was trying to join the space. I would go out at the corner. I don't know if Sauchena is there, and I told Jesse that time still within that range in which I got. Uchena, are you there? Maybe with your chat. If you are not with your chat, so that I'll just go to make this straight.
No, just go ahead now. I'll be my chat shortly. Just listen to you.
All right.
What are you watching now?
No, I've already called the position, and then this is the
coin I trade according to what I told everybody on the floor yesterday. Yes, now there is a demand zone around 0.53, 0.05. Now price came, retest that zone. That was the zone I took my profit from. That was 2 days ago while I short it. And I told them he actually took me because me, I know they do like small money. 453 cents when I close the trade. Now, this is another move. Come retest it. I'm on the 4 hour, though, not daily. 4 hour retest it. Next 4 hour didn't come down to it. The next 4 hour, retest that low, pull it up, clear it up, and push to the upper side. Yesterday evening, got it down, came back, almost getting to the last candle that cleared that low. Didn't clear it completely. Yeah, but I give the double bottom is not perfect, but almost double bottom. And if you're on the chart, you would have catch it. The level I gave yesterday was 0.53, 0.52, maximum 0.51. And if you're on the chart,
is it a buy or sell?
It's a buy, not sell. It's a buy. It's sell, don't come.
I've not even heard that name before. So
I called yesterday. I called it together with APT. Well, last time I checked it, I've done any move.
No. I saw some things on APT yesterday that made me change my bias. So, what I did is when I got home, because I took a shot from I don't know. Maybe before you rolled, I kind of mentioned that the market was preparing for another massive dump. Because I saw the setup on BTC. I also saw I noticed most of had already printed a GAF flag. The initial dump started also, that dump on BTC began with the GAF flag. Now, alts now printed that same pattern on the lower time frame. So that was showing me that it was going to be a very significant move to the downside. And I was, in fact, I was sleeping when Dovey called me and said, am I sleeping? I think the way it sounded like emergency. I became scared. I said, but before I went to bed, I already prepared my trades. I took the trades, put stop loss and take profits already. So you can imagine that I put my take profits on Solana at 185. That's child's play compared to what I just happened. So my stock, even at the time he called me, my take profit had been already. And that's it. So what's the two trades I took last night that take profit and already. All right. Me, I've already, it was because of what you said yesterday that actually, because I already drew it down. And when I go to my chart yesterday, I've already seen the setup. So me, I've made my entry since that yesterday night. And the entry for those persons that also listening or pay attention should have also been in profit. If you're on the chart, you can take a look at it also. And okay, just a minute now. I'm heading for do something. All right, you are just the urgent attention. So let me quickly go to the USDT dominance. All right, you're on the daily. USDT dominance as a magic. This is the kind of move we actually want USDT dominance to do. Now, giving us inverted bullish shaman. While if you go to BTC on the daily, is giving us a bearish. And now, yesterday closed, there is a resistance which USDT dominance has been battling with a resistance 4.26%.
Now, yesterday, price closed a little bit above it. Bodily closed little above that point, but there's still a weak, still return. Currently, it's reacting or a supply zone presently, resistance zone currently, and where the question is, should we or am I bearish on USDT dominance? No, rather foolish. Why? Because of those contribution. And the turn TMTU this morning, dark. But we hope to see you on the floor to come and cheer us up, right? I always see you giving me emoji. Anytime I want to find out that I'm rugged, Minister is there to call my attention and say, you are good to go, right? But we hope to see you on the trading floor soon. Laton, TMTU. Drayton, TMTU. Olafimi, TMTU. Child of B, TMTU. Also an amazing members of the house giving his best contribution to see the mission and the vision move faster and work stronger. TMTU, my brother. Child of P. My dear. Amazing honorable members of the house, I swear, doing a great job, always consistent, always present, 247. My dear, thank you. We recognize your efforts. We appreciate your effort. The consistency will never be taken for granted. TMTU. You are always welcome. Request for the mic. I'm also monitoring your Warus also. The place who has for you. So thank you very much. Let it be interactive. Oga, TMTU. Right? Oga, TMTU. Welcome to the floor. Original Oga Boss. $10 billion US. TMTU. Right? Sunday, TMTU. Dimitri, yeah. Bob G, TM. Maverick, TMTU. Maverick also is an amazing member of the house. Consistency, always available here, right? Where are they now? I don't really lost to Maverick, Maverick's okay. Maverick's TMTU. Man